So, ladies and gentlemen, we are just moving on towards our panel discussion here. And the topic of the panel discussion is rising to the challenge, higher education and global workforce. So for the moderation, I would request the Dean, Dr. Sami Bajwa sir, to please come on the stage and call the participants here, sir.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sami Bajwa. I am Dean of the Faculty of Business and Management Sciences at Superior University Lahore. I am also lead of the internationalization component of our 5-year strategic plan that we refer to as So to Road Strategic Framework 2023 to 2028. So I have been given this privilege to moderate the first panel of Rector Conference 2023, which is titled as Rising to the Challenge, Pakistan Higher Education and Global Workforce. Since yesterday, we have been talking about the pressing need of developing workforce which could work at the global landscape. So without any further ado, allow me to invite my distinguished panelists for the session to share their wisdom and insight with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Professor Dr. Shahid Munir with us, Chairman, Punjab Higher Education Commission. Sir, please come to the stage. We have Mr. Awais Rauf, Chairman, Board of Governors, University of Lahore. Sir, please preside over the stage. Professor Dr. Slimur Rahman, Vice Chancellor, Sarhad University of Science and Information Technology. Sir, please join us. Professor Dr. Khalid Mahmood, Vice Chancellor, University of Punjab. Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah, Vice Chancellor, Bahauddin Zakriya University. And Professor Dr. Asif Raza, Rector, University of Management and Technology. Sir, please join us. Thank you very much. Professor Dr. Shahid Munir, Chairman, Punjab Higher Education Commission. Sir, last week I was listening to your speech at the B International Toolkit launching ceremony, in which you said that internationalization is one of the core agendas of Punjab Higher Education Commission. Sir, would you please enlighten us about some of the initiatives that Punjab HEC has taken so far or is planning to undertake in this regard?
Am I laudable? इस वक्त जहाँ तक पंजाब है 1146 इंटरनेशनल स्टूडेंट्स हैं पूरे पंजाब में, और ये जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं इनका डेटा हमारे पास मौजूद है, किस यूनिवर्सिटी में किस डिपार्टमेंट में कौन पढ़ रहे हैं। और ये जो स्टूडेंट्स हैं 46 मुल्कों से हैं, जो पंजाब की सिचुएशन है, लेकिन ये सारे स्टूडेंट्स, ऑलमोस्ट सारे स्टूडेंट्स या मेजॉरिटी ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स वो हैं nowadays 1146 foreign students or the international students are studying in Punjab, and we have a data that in which university how many students are studying in which department. So we have a data, complete data of department wise. Interestingly, the facts that appeared on the surface is that most of the students are the sons and daughters of the diplomats that have been deployed in Pakistan, or their fathers or the mothers are working in Pakistan. So we can say that they are not here because of the marketing of the Pakistani universities. It was their compulsion of their situation that they have to study in Pakistan. This was the one of the phenomena. In University of Lahore, the maximum number of students in Punjab are studying in University of Lahore, about 300 or 350 students, I think, 400 students. So, because I was a very strong believer of the internationalization of the universities, I discussed this issue with the Awais Rauf Sahab of the University of Lahore. So we are very thankful to Awais Rauf Sahab that we organized a gala type of function in University of Lahore initially as a pilot project to celebrate the international students. So in that gala, I visited all the stalls that were established by the international students, and I asked the different questions that how they are feeling in Pakistan. So majority of the students are from the Muslim countries like the Iran, the Morocco, and some are from the African countries like Sudan. Some of the students from Afghanistan, and then Sri Lanka, etc. So the students were very happy with the friendly environment, with the friendly peers, and the standard of education in Pakistan. So later on, we organized All Punjab University's International Student Convention, a huge convention in Lahore, to sensitize the relevant corners that we should open up our doors for the international students. For that very purpose, Governor of Punjab and the different dignitaries, they visited that International Student Convention. Unfortunately, the provinces, they cannot do much to attract the international students because it is a federal subject, because the NOC from the HEC and then the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Interior Affairs are required. This is a very, very unfortunate situation. So when a foreign student applies for a student visa, it takes more than 6 months in Pakistan. This is very, very unfortunate situation. And nothing is being done either by the federal HEC or anybody else. So now the private universities, they have realized that a lot of wealth can be earned through the international students along with the other objectives, and they are now lobbying for an open door policy for the international students, and they are running after the different corners for this. For that very purpose, I think that the federal HEC should take the initiatives to engage the Foreign Office and the Interior Ministry as well. As far as the PHEC is concerned, I met with the Foreign Secretary in the Foreign Office, and I requested them to expedite the visa process, and then I went to the National Security Workshop, and there I also deliberated on this and presented my viewpoint so that the issue can be taken up in the SIFC as well. As well as the other initiative that related to the internationalization the Punjab HEC has taken so far is financing the faculty of the colleges and the university teachers to go abroad and present their research work at the different conferences. In this way, they can make the collaborations with the elite academia over there. Similarly, Punjab Higher Education Commission is financing for holding the international conferences. In this way, we invite the international professors here in Pakistan, and they visit our universities and they interact with our students and our laboratories. So in this way, some of the collaborations have been developed. Similarly, we sent the scholars on the postdoctorate. For postdoctorate, we finance them postdoc scholarships. And then the International Research Support Fund we have established, through which we are sending the faculty for 6 months to 8 months foreign trainings. In this way, the international collaborations are being taken into account. So such type of programs we have initiated, and now we are suggesting to the government that allow us to showcase our public sector universities abroad, especially in Africa, so that we can attract the students. Similarly, we have instructed all the universities in the Punjab to upgrade their websites and add a foreign students corner. And many of the universities, they have done that. And then they have also developed the international directorate of international linkages over there. Some of the Chinese students are studying in various disciplines in Pakistan as well. We need to expand this. Another initiative that Punjab Higher Education Commission is taking is the GREF. We are engaged with the GREF. This is a consortium of the Russian universities. And very soon we are going to have an MOU of the 20 Russian universities and the 15 universities of the Punjab, most probably in December, through which the faculty exchange and then the student exchange and then the PhD programs in Pakistan will be opened up for the Russian universities and for the universities in Punjab. And then we have submitted a proposal, a paper to the Saudi Arabian embassy, Saudi ambassador in Islamabad, for having a joint collaborations and the exchange program for the Punjab universities, teachers and the students in the Saudi universities. And then we have signed an MOU through the Punjab government with the Punjab California sister cities have been declared. The vice chancellors of the various universities of the Punjab, they have visited, particularly the agriculture universities to the California, and then faculty exchange and the student exchange MOUs have been signed. Now we are trying for a special discount for the PhD students and the other undergrad students to study in the universities in the California state. So in this way, the Punjab Higher Education Commission is engaging, and that we are also engaged with our private sector universities, in which they are trying to have different expos in the Europe and the China and the other countries. Or in future, I think that with the support of Punjab government and the private sector universities, we will be able to engage the public sector universities and the leadership also, so that we can attract the foreign students in the country, and we can generate a lot of revenues, as has been explained very well last night by the Chaudhary Abdul Rahman Sahab. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for enlightening us about the, what I must say, very broad-based and robust strategy for internationalization from the platform of Punjab Higher Education Commission. As you mentioned that there are a number of challenges for inward mobility of students as well as outward mobility of the students. Some of the universities, as you mentioned, University of Lahore has a biggest share of the international students studying in Pakistan right now. I believe Superior University is the second to that. So there are some success stories when it comes to inviting international students to Pakistan, and also University of Lahore is one of those pioneer universities who had this opportunity of launching international campuses in Africa and Central Asia. So we have Mr. Awais from BOG, University of Lahore with us. Sir, may I please request you to share your experience of global workforce development and your future vision in this regard?
Thank you very much. University of Lahore currently has about, with the new admissions, just this fall, we received more than 200 new foreign students. We have about 150 part-time foreign students also with us. These are students from countries, especially war-torn countries, Yemen and Palestine. These students are sponsored by Comstech. They come for a semester or 2 semesters. So if we add those 150 and new admissions, we have about 770 foreign students. And they are from 26 different countries. So this journey has actually taken, we started it in 2010, so about 13 years. In 13 years, we have slowly, gradually opened offices in Middle East and Africa. We attend most of the education expos to that region. Now we've started to go obviously together as APSA platform courtesy, Superior University, we were there in URI as well. So the effort was, because we have officials from QS, and it was so important that Pakistani universities could only go up in ranking if we had enough foreign students studying from all over the world in as many disciplines as possible. So we devised a strategy. I've been sharing that strategy with many universities. I'm so happy Superior University and us, we are now working together hand in hand. They've also received hundreds of foreign students. So what we did was that we started to write to most of the embassies in Pakistan, to the countries where we felt our education system was a bit superior, I can use the word, than theirs, and especially in healthcare. There was such a need in Africa that we thought that we can start inviting students from Africa. We started giving scholarships starting from Uganda. We so fell in love with that country that we decided to launch a university there. Originally in 2014, we had applied to government of Punjab to allow us to take University of Lahore's brand to Uganda. Obviously, it's so dear to us. But unfortunately, we didn't receive the approval from them. We tried over 3 to 4 years, and then finally we got a local charter. So we have Equator University of Science and Technology in Masaka in Uganda. That university is now operational for about 3-4 years. We also launched Habib Medical School, which was a school for Muslims in Uganda. That school has now produced more than 600 medical doctors in Kampala. So when we started putting together all these experiences, and obviously the main objective was to internationalize our student body, slowly, gradually, it became so well known in forums such as OIC, Islamic Development Bank, that we started receiving more and more applications. We have just launched a proposal for launching a university in Mauritania, and also recently, courtesy Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry in Chad as well. So this time we plan to go together as a consortium of private universities in the next country. We've already finalized arrangements. Superior University and Lahore University wants to go together and launch in Mauritania to begin with. So Africa looked like the landscape of opportunities for us, especially in healthcare. We have helped launch a nursing school in Tanzania as well, one nursing school in Kampala, Chibuli. Since we have a delegate from Uganda, he knows. So this way, slowly, gradually, it grew. Now we have a project finalized in Uzbekistan as well. But coming back to the point, how we can all, because it helps Pakistan. I mean, initially, for some years, I used to think that whatever I do is for my own benefit, for the benefit of our own institution. But then I realized a country of 50 million people, we should have at least 250 good universities. So why should we even bother about what I'm getting, as if what I'm getting is at the expense of everybody else, which is not a fact. We all can start doing things together. So every year, we decide to add 5 more nationalities to our student body. So how we do is we write to at least 5 to 6 new embassies. We give scholarships initially. I'll give you an example. We started giving scholarships to many African countries 10 years ago. Now, all those countries are sending students who are actually paying international student fee, which is a bit higher than our national students. So when you open up a new country, you start giving out scholarships, but subsequently over years, then you start receiving people who know the first students who came over, and then it starts to grow. Today, we are giving scholarships, obviously, to comstech to Palestinian and Yemeni students of war-torn countries. They need our support. But other than these 2 countries, 90% of students who are coming from all over the world are actually paying as the international student fee. This year, we have written to 5 more embassies. We're opening 5 new countries. We aspire to get to, by next year, 30 countries being represented in our international student body. So this has been an effort. Slowly, gradually, it's growing every year. And I would request that it's an effort. One Pakistani university or 2 universities from Pakistan cannot claim that we are representing this country all over the world. All of us need to go abroad. Punjab University, UET Lahore, NUST, these are great brands, Qaid-e-Azam University. These are institutions that are so well known all over the world. They already have their alumni everywhere. Pakistani medical schools used to graduate foreign students. So I went to a country and they said most of the medical professionals in this country are from Pakistan, King Edward. So I think there's such a legacy and heritage that we have. What is needed today, coming out of war on terror, we need to change our laws of actually issuing visas. This is the biggest problem. Interior Ministry is a big problem. So many of our friends want to come to Pakistan, they end up waiting months and months. So I think this is now the time we need to all start mobilizing. Courtesy Chairman Punjab HEC and Chairman HEC, they all are obviously supporting us. I think we can in 10 years have more than 100,000 foreign students. It's not a big deal. And that would obviously bring so much of foreign exchange as well. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such an enlightening speech and sharing your strategy with us. So what I gather from your words of wisdom is that if we look beyond borders, there are lots of opportunities. And especially if we make collaborations, we can do wonders in international sphere. And it is not only for the universities, it is also for the country. It is also needed for Pakistan. And I also gather that you said that there are a number of challenges when it comes to internationalization of universities. But if we are smart, if we make innovative strategies like using embassies and capitalizing on the alumni base that we have, we can still cope up with the problems. And at the same time, the two pressing issues that we have identified in your discussion is number one, visa issues. And number two, that universities should be given this empowerment to go for offshore campuses abroad, taking their brand, which is a source of education diplomacy, which can bring remittances to Pakistan. And it is only ironic that this policy support is not there for the education institutions, where we have superior educational standards, as you said, in the country. So I hope with the patronage of Chairman HEC and Chairman PHEC and other sport institutions, we will be able to cope with this issue, inshallah, very soon. This brings me to another success story. Ladies and gentlemen, Sarhad University of Science and Technology, Science and Information Technology is among very few Pakistani higher education institutions which have been able to get into UAE market, which is one of the promising markets for Pakistani universities. We have with us Professor Dr. Slimur Rahman. It is my request, sir, to please share with us the challenges that Pakistani higher education institutions face when they get into UAE market, and how can we cope with those challenges?
Like has been shared with you that we are running a campus in Ras Al Khaimah since 2017. Yesterday, last night, Chaudhry Abdur Rahman Sahab talked about difficulties that our universities, our institutions face in working abroad or in attracting students from abroad. When we applied, we had two challenges. One was to convince the Higher Education Regulatory Authority of Khyber Pakhtunkhwa, and they visited our proposed site of campus back in 2017, and then another visit by a representative, I guess it was the then Director General from Higher Education Commission, Tahir Abbas Zaidi. He went with our team, and luckily, and this was very surprising, like you will say we face problems. We were very supported very much by both. In fact, Tahir Abbas Zaidi from Higher Education Commission, Islamabad, he would suggest things to our team because it was our first experience setting up campus abroad. Our people visited Zabis campus. There was another campus of Abbas University. They were on the verge of closing down. But we learned from those people and we were supported by Tahir Abbas Zaidi. Likewise, when our team met the HEC counterparts there, the body that overlooks these campuses, again, we happened to meet one Turkish person and one American. Very supportive again. I had meetings with them online. I visited the campus in 2021, while it was established in 2017. And again, we found them very cooperative, very forthcoming. Every time they would try to solve our problems. Like when you start the conversation with Americans, usually their first sentence is, how can I help you? And that is not just that sentence. Whenever you put up a problem, they would be eager to propose solutions and help you out. So at least our experience with those people, with HEC, with HERA of KPK, were really amazing. Unlike the experiences that other people have. The real difficulty that you asked, there are two that I would like to share with those who intend going to that region. One is that we were attracted by a pre-trade zone, Ras Al Khaimah, because you get spacious places, buildings with lesser or lower rates, rent. And that was a bad choice because Ras Al Khaimah was far away from other places where people live. So in this case, the students as well as the teachers, they had to move from different parts of the region, like 1 hour drive, 2 hour drive, to get education, like was for exams. So both the examiners and the examinee, they would travel. That was one difficulty. And the other difficulty is that we did not realize at that time, or nobody told us, and that is the real catchy thing, that while they allow you to establish institutions in this free trade zone, since there are different states, education imparted in one state may not be acceptable, or those degrees may not be recognized by another state. So if you intend going to these places, please find out whether these degrees will be acceptable and recognized throughout that country. And it is strange for us that in UAE, we award a degree, it can be or it will be recognized all over the world, except the very place where it is being imparted. ये एक चीज अपने ध्यान में रखिएगा. Alhamdulillah, we don't have a large student body like Awais claims. Our number of students there, it fluctuates between 100 and 200. But we are happy with that because most of them, like 99% of them, are Pakistanis. And like it has been said repeatedly that they cannot afford to go to American universities or British universities there. They don't like to study in Indian universities. So our campuses are their only choice. And we would run this. We are planning to relocate either to Ajman or Dubai, but inshallah, we will continue that campus. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing your success story. I must say that I must congratulate you that you were supported by the Higher Education Authority of KPK
And here, HEC.
and HEC. Universities in Punjab do not have that leverage. Awais Saab can tell you that. And nevertheless, we have also realized, and this is our own experience from Superior University, that Pakistani community in UAE is waiting for Pakistani universities with open arms. They are asking for it. So if we are provided with support, yes, there is a need to make a mark because there are lots of Indian universities which are giving very tough time and challenge to the Pakistani diaspora in UAE. So with that, I would like to bring to another facet into the discussion, which is about the ICT sector. We all know that ICT sector has immense potential at the global landscape. However, as Chairman Epsef discussed last night, that the competitiveness of the ICT sector of Pakistan leaves much to desire. There must be certain reasons for that. Let us request Professor Dr. Khalid Mahmood to please share with us what are your thoughts about the key reasons for the lack of competitiveness of ICT sector of Pakistan and the way forward that you can propose.
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. My university, University of the Punjab, is one of the oldest and largest universities in this country. Although our ICT departments or subjects have been ranked in the QS subject ranking for many years, but we are facing some problems like internship in large and good organizations. Actually, the creation or developing a workforce or manpower is a reciprocal process. So there are no large or very good companies or very competitive companies or their branches in our country. So this is one side. So on the other hand, we don't have a very skilled manpower in our universities in the field of ICT because of this problem. So on one hand, we don't have much skilled manpower or students or graduates. And on the other hand, we don't have large companies in Pakistan. So like in other countries, for example, if you can send your students in Boeing or in NASA or in other large companies, they will learn more. So in our case, we can't find very good companies to send our internees over there. So these small companies, although there are branches of some companies in Pakistan, there are some medium level or medium sized software houses in our country, but we always face problems in this area. Like our students cannot have a challenging or a very big problem based knowledge from these companies. So this is the reason, in my opinion. So the plan is everything is linked with the overall economy of the country. So on country level, if we are successful in attracting very good grants or very good funds in our ICT sector, so in this case we can be able to send our students to good organizations, and in a result we can get a good graduates also. So this is the problem. So although we are a public sector organization and have relationships with the Ministry of Interior, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and HEC, etc., but we are sharing the same problems of international students, right, with our private sector colleagues. So the problems in visa, problems in their other issues, and like that. So I demand from the HEC and Ministry of Foreign Affairs that the process should be made quick and it should be made easy. Right now, we have about 200 foreign students in our university from Afghanistan, from Sri Lanka, from Bangladesh, from some Arab and African countries. We are rich in humanities, the area, and luckily we have some students from China in the subject of history. So they are doing PhDs in our history department. So I think there is a lot of potential in our universities, but the problems and hurdles are there. So until we are able to curtail those hurdles, we will not be successful in this area. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. So as you said that the collaboration between industry and academia is key to develop a competitive workforce. And also the issue of visa is once again reiterated. I hope that with our collective efforts, we will manage to make this case to the authorities to do something for the education sector of Pakistan by reducing this issue. So while we move forward, and one important aspect, because we have discussions about the private sector's role in internationalization, we have with us Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah, who has vast experience of leading Pakistan's top-tier public sector universities. So, sir, may I please request you to share with us how supportive or impeding, another way, are the policies and systems of the public sector universities when it comes to international?
Thank you very much. I think I would like to appreciate that this is a very important topic, and this is about time that we must all sit down and come up with some strategy and policy and talk to the people in authority and try to convince them. Because I had this opportunity to chair the Vice Chancellor's Committee as well for 4 years, which comprises of both public and private sector universities. This is something which urgently need to be addressed. For example, there's one issue which is not being presented here. There are students, hundreds of them, in Bahauddin University. They are unable to open their bank accounts. So how on earth a student will come and live and survive in this country if they cannot open the bank? They bring their dollars, and where do they put their dollars? Do you believe, Chaudhry Sahab, that I have to put a safe in registrar office to keep their envelopes of dollars because they their dollars could be stolen from their rooms. They get most of them are funded by the government of Pakistan, but they receive money in form of checks if they don't have a bank account. And there is one very interesting thing which we have to, we have to learn, that we have students from Philippines, we have students from Bhutan, we have students from all Sri Lanka. And these students, when they travel to Pakistan, they travel by road, and they have to travel through India and enter through Wagah border, and they don't need visa from India. They don't need visa from India to come to Pakistan. Look at the policy of that country. All students who are studying from Nepal, Bhutan, and Sri Lanka, they don't need visa in India to study. And while they travel from Nepal, India, and Pakistan, they don't need an Indian visa. So this is sort of and from Bangladesh as well, because they can't afford to travel by air, they travel by road. They are even being facilitated to have a low, price rail tickets. They told me just last week while I was coming here, I had a meeting with them, that what type of problems you are facing. So I think that, where we are, we all know that this country is not a very investment-friendly country. But on top of it, what dangers these students can pose to the national security. They are just a harmless, innocent students, girls, most of them, from Sri Lanka, from Nepal, from Bhutan, from Philippines. They come over here, and we treat them as a security threat to this country. Sir, we have to be, General Sahib is sitting here at the HSC level, at PhD level, not as a general, but as an academic. So we have to, and we can talk to even your former organization and try to facilitate and make the things easy. First thing is that, like the University of Lahore is doing, we have to go and actually invite the students for word of mouth. In Bahauddin Zikha University, the Honorable Rector Fast was our colleague. We had hundreds of students, which has been reduced to now 80, 90. So it is reverse. Same is the case in Qaid-e-Azam University. We had hundreds of students, and some of them even are back home. They are ministers. Some of them rose to the Prime Minister of the country, which were graduated from Qaid-e-Azam University. He will bear me out. And now we are, so this whole cycle needs to be reversed, and we have to be very, very, student-friendly country. And that could be only done through, our collective efforts by talking to the people like the Honorable Chairman is doing, people at the top making the policies, like foreign office, in even our security agencies, in our home office, and ambassadors. Even there is another important issue, sir. The students, they will come if the ambassadors will come. Do you know that we need an NOC to invite the ambassador on campus? Why on earth we need an NOC to invite ambassador on campus? They'll come and ask us. And if we have to visit, go and see the ambassador in Islamabad, we need an NOC. Right? What type of a national secrets we have, we can share with an ambassador of Azerbaijan. So these are the things we are talking about. And the Dr. Habib was telling me that 3 weeks back he submitted his NOC. There was a notification that the vice chancellors are not allowed to travel. Sir, you have invited us over to take us to Paris or maybe some beautiful countries, but they won't allow us. We are on the exit control list. So how can you even introduce and internationalize the universities where the vice chancellors are not allowed to travel abroad, right? And even if you are asking a leave on personal grounds, you are not allowed to travel. So thing is that we have to come up with a very clear-cut policies, how to internationalize our universities, how to go out, and On the other side, we are successful in internationalization. But how to facilitate the students as a guest, as they are being treated well? They, you know, the Honorable Chairman, Punjab Higher Commission is sitting here. We have a specialized foreign student office. It's always been guarded. The students cannot go out of the campus. How can they, you know, live in a country where they have been treated as a hostages? Or so I think we have to, all of us, when we go abroad, you know, the way we are being treated, you can open your bank account within 1 week. You can have a 20 hours work visa, even in UK, as a student within 1 week. You can have a national insurance number. You can have, so you have issued a, so we have to make a list of the things to do, sit down and make it very clear and convince them and ask the government through HSC, through PHSC, through other organizations, that these are the clear-cut rules under which the student can travel. We can convey it to the students as well and try to bring most of the students in this country, where a lot of students actually desire to come. We offer a very good standard education, not only in medical science, but in addition to this, we have a lot of students in our pharmacy department, in our veterinary sciences, in our agriculture sciences, in our engineering school. Even now, students from the Central Asia are coming in law schools. But the issue is that still we are talking about this. We don't have a time to talk. We have to, now we have to act, and I think we should put this in the resolution. Very clear. We can constitute a committee, come up with a very clear policy for the universities to go abroad, and that we have an example of KPK. Why can't we convince the government of Punjab to allow us? I think, and enough is enough, and we can't be afraid of these people. We should come forward and try to convince them that this is what we want to do for this country, and they should also. We received a 14 billion rupees grant, the people from Qaeda University, for opening up a China-Pakistan Joint Research Center in Qaeda University. Do you know this? For 4 years, I had to struggle to Economic Affairs Division just to get a permission to get a money in grant. 14 billion rupees. They just gave it to us. And they said, did you get the permission? The Prime Minister of Pakistan and the President of China signed that MOU. And it took me, sir, 4 years to get that NOC just to get the money. So I think that these are serious issues, and we need to, today we are talking about it. We should come up with a policy and then try to get that policy approved through all the relevant bodies, inclusive of cabinet and government, and implement.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for a speech which is not less than eye-opening for us. I mean, in this age of globalization, when we are talking about education, diplomacy, we are talking about preparing our workforce to join global demand, and we are talking about bringing remittances to Pakistan, basic issues like opening up an account. Please allow me to share that in 2006, I went to Japan for 1.5 months. That's a 6 weeks program as a JICA alumni. And when I landed in Osaka, the first thing that they gave me was an ATM card along with insurance. Without even landing to the nation, landing to the airport, they had prepared that account. And this is 2023, and we do not give this luxury to having an account for the international students. I mean, that is the plight we are facing. But I'm sure that, as sir, you said that we should form a committee. Yesterday, Chairman EPSEP announced a consortium for global workforce development. Rest assured, we will be approaching you. We will come and we will sit together. We will make those policy recommendations, and we will knock every door where we need to send this recommendation, and we will ensure that we make this happen, inshallah. So with that, let us move forward. Ladies and gentlemen, UMT is one of those universities who have a long legacy of international. And this is coming from horse's mouth. I mean, In 2014, I was the founding director of Office of Internationalization in UMT. So I know that there were lots of efforts which we did at that time. We forged very close collaboration with American universities and with the Chinese universities. We have now with us Professor Dr. Asif Raza, who is rector of UMT. Sir, may I please request you to share with us the international journey and portfolio that has evolved into the last decade in UMT.
Thank you. As rector UMT, I feel that there is a lot that we have done, and there's still much more that we have to do. Because internationalization means a clear policy, strategy, and allocation of resources. And if we can do that, I think everything becomes possible. The first important thing is that we improve the stature, the ranking of our universities, which is pivotal to attract international students or to be getting in partnership with any good international university. But at the same time, we need to admit that most of the universities in our country are young universities of the age of 25, 20, or even less years. And university take decades and centuries to get established. So whatever stature our universities have achieved is reasonable. But most of our universities are dependent on revenue stream, which is tuition fee only, mainly tuition fee. So we need to have other streams of revenue generation to be able to invest in internationalization. Because if we want to attract international students and to attract good international students, the requirement is not only to attract international students, but to have students who can not only graduate, but who can graduate with, you see, performance that we can be proud of. Because when they come, they become our liability. So we have to be very careful in selecting them as well. In the programs that we take them, are they fit to be in those programs? Because we will be investing in them. And we will be investing heavily in them. And we are investing in them. So if we want more, we will be investing more. Because as has already been said, that initially for several years, we have to invest. We have to create a conducive environment for them. One window operation, visa-related problems to be overcome, bank accounts, hostels, so many things. All these things need to be done. And to do all these things, we have to invest. Where is the funding? The funding comes from the tuition fee of other students. So we will be burdening those students who are already under severe burden. How many of our, you see, what is the percentage of our students who get into university? Chairman Punjab Higher Education yesterday gave a percentage of 13%. He said that 13% of the eligible age group are able to enter universities in Pakistan. So 87% cannot enter universities of our own students. Why? They have not been to colleges, they have not been to schools, some of them cannot afford, and only 13% of the eligible age group enter universities in our country. And out of these 13%, about 25% drop out from within the universities. And the universities, the present capacity that we have in some of the programs, the present capacity is not completely filled. We need to be concerned about that as well. And the quality of graduates that we produce, can we improve? Yes, we can, but we have to invest in our faculty. Invest and invest heavily. Give them the respect that they deserve. And if we can do that, I think it will make a major difference. Because faculty is pivotal. If faculty is respected, then you will get best of the best faculty members. They will stay with us for longer times. Why is our faculty exiting from the country? Why are they moving from one university to another every 2-3 years? That is something that we should be concerned. Can our faculty communicate with international students in English? Yes, most of them can, but some of them will not because of our own students cannot understand English. So they are forced to speak in local languages. All these compulsions, all these requirements have to be met if we want to internationalize. And if we want our faculty to be placed in some of the top universities on postdocs, they will be accepted only if the stature and ranking of our universities is good. But if we struggle with our own standards, then we will not be able to do that. So collectively, I think we need to we need to look inward and see as to what improvements we need to bring in our universities. And faculty and facilities, we have to invest. Expand at a slower pace and invest in faculty and facilities. You will make a difference. And you will attract foreign students. Then they will have motivation to come to Pakistan. Then we will not have to spend on them. We will not have to market. We will not have to reach out to them to come and study in Pakistan. They will be requesting. So stature and ranking of university is pivotal, and for that, faculty and facilities and investment and more revenue streams for universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. With this, I mean, because we are very tight on the time margin, but Rauf Sab and then Dr. Shahid Mani wants to give a very
Thank you.
quick
I
closing.
just want to add a small point. Dr. Muhammad Ali was mentioning the fact that there are issues with some students when they land in terms of visas and then their bank accounts as well. So what we did was, I'm just going to share, sir, with our experience, we designed and launched an Office of Student Affairs only for international students. So when the students land, they are received from the airport, their bank accounts, everything our office manages. Obviously, for them, the fact that it's a new place, so they need security, how they are received sometimes. There are many issues at immigration as well. So we have created a system, very well-funded system that ensures that students from the moment they land till the moment they reach their hostels, each and every step is being looked after. So we make it very conducive for them. The next issue is once they're here, then we start to ensure each and every step that they get the right mentorship and support. So we always have some senior international students who become mentors who've been living in Pakistan for a while, and they start to handhold the rest of the students. Then we have international meals, we have swimming pools, gyms, different international hostels for all those who are coming from different places. For example, our food is very spicy. For example, small issue. So many students, when they land, they have, even it comes to that, they find it a bit difficult. So they need to assimilate. So we ensure that our Office of Student Affairs, which looks after international students, they look after them. I just want to raise one small addition. Which are the disciplines in which students want to come to Pakistan? For the longest, it maybe was engineering or something else. Now, for the last 3 to 4 years, it is health, allied health sciences, and ICT, computing. We receive students in international relations, political science, all of them. But if you stack them together, 90% of the students are coming in physiotherapy, nursing, radiology, medical school, dentistry, and then computing, AI, software engineering. So what we have done is that we have created a small team in each and every faculty, which is very good at English language. They are themselves trained globally. And those are the teachers who then ensure that students get the best of the knowledge. Because there's a fact that when you have most of the students locally from Punjab, teachers stop using English language and they start conversing in local language. So we have ensured for those batches, for those students, since they're mostly coming in these two faculties. So I think we have a great potential. Thousands of students want to come in pharmacy, physiotherapy, medicine, dentistry, nursing. And just recently, we graduated some of our nurses. And the day of graduation, we were able to place 25 of them in Canada, starting at salaries of $2,500. And most of them were actually foreigners from Africa. They had other passports. So I think there's so much good is happening across the board that we can share and that can help each other. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Dr. Shad Manish, sir, for your quick closing notes.
First of all, I have noticed that the Professor Dr. Fazil Ahmed Khalid, former chairperson Punjab HEC, he has arrived. Welcome, sir. And secondly, thank you very much, Chaudhry Abdurrahman Sahab, for making this topic as the talk of the town. Whenever you want to influence a policy or you want to change a policy, the best strategy is to make it a talk of town, to exert the pressure on the relevant corners. So no one should mind that it is not a criticism on the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or the Ministry of Interior or the HEC. It is an effort to just draw their kind attention towards the gravity of an issue. So please try to understand it. We have discussed here today in this panel discussion two issues. Number one is the international, one dimension is to attract the international students to study in the Pakistani universities. For that, we need to develop an ecosystem for them. For instance, Dr. Muhammad Ali has highlighted the problems associated with the foreign students, like the bank opening, and they are living like the hostages, etc. So we need to develop an ecosystem. We need to develop the international student offices that, as highlighted by the Honorable Awais Rauf Sahab. We need to develop the swimming pools, the international students hostels, then the food, etc. Similarly, I would like to draw the attention of the relevant quarters towards a very important issue that about 14 seats or the chairs of Allama Iqbal chair and the Qaid-e-Azam chair are lying vacant in different universities of the world, whereas the Indian chairs are higher in number than they are filled. So we need to pay the attention towards this. The second issue that has been highlighted is the opening of the campuses of our universities abroad. This is another dimension. So for that, I think there are 4 universities in the Pakistan that has opened and that can open the international campuses. One of them is the Sarhad University, then the Shaheed Zulfikar Ali Bhutto University, and then is the Aga Khan University. These are the 4 universities. In their act, it is written, that act that has been approved by the parliament, that they can open the campus anywhere in Pakistan and abroad. Whereas in Punjab, the situation is that some of the in the acts of some of the universities, it is written that they can open or affiliate the colleges only in a particular district in which they are being operated. And for some of the universities, it is written that they can affiliate the colleges or open the sub-campuses in a particular division in which they are being operated. And for some of the old universities, it is written that they can open their sub-campuses in the province. So there is a need to amend the act. So there is a need to bring a change, a clause through the parliament that the Pakistani university, Punjab universities that has been given the charter through the Punjab Assembly, they can operate all over the Pakistan and they can open their campuses abroad. So this one modification can open up their scope, and it will be done. There is a debate, already debate is going on in the corners, and the APSAP is, and the Chaudhry Abdurrahman Sahab is already working on it. So the rest is the role of the federal HEC or the provincial HEC. In opening the accounts is only the issuance of an NOC. And when the act is giving them a provision, so there is no point to stop the any NOC. So this is the only role of the because when you are going to open up a campus abroad, that university who is opening up the campus, that university will fulfill the requirement of the regulatory body of that country in which the campus will be operated. So no role of the provincial or the federal regulatory body is there, except of giving an NOC. So I think once the permanent elected government is there, I think we will be able to process the amendment. And we are convinced that the amendment should be there and the Pakistani universities should open up the campuses. That can serve not only, that can not only attract the Pakistani students of the diaspora, but also the local students, the foreign students in those campuses as well. So I congratulate the organizers and the moderator that the panel discussion is very well conducted. I think if you have a time, you can take a couple of questions if there is.
Okay. Sir. We are trying to bring one. Meanwhile, if you can please loudly ask a question, probably it will be.
Is one of the major agenda. And if you can look at the number of US, it's about 40 million higher education students are studying there. Can you imagine that number? That's why they are the developed countries. And look at our population size and what is our contribution in higher education locally. And forget about the international figures, international students. So of course it is required. And the diversity of mind is the only thing which can bring a change and can convert our landscape. There's no doubt about that.
Thank you.
Now, we recently carried out a workshop, international conference, it's called International Young Physics Tournament in Murray. 140 foreigners were there.
Sir.
In 4 weeks, we facilitated our small university, international office, was working day and night. And if it can happen in few weeks, why not this can happen? If there's an intention, and I'm sure this forum has already raised
Sir,
that voice. And that
thank
was
you.
an example that has happened.
Ji,
recently.
sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Just because of the paucity of the time, can I request us we can take a couple of more questions? Then, of course, we can discuss over the lunch and over the time that we get after the session. Sir, please.
I just want to make a comment on this. I'm sorry I missed the morning talk by the worthy rector of Superior University. I know that UK, we all say, is having education as an industry. And to attract international students, they have introduced two things. Number one is the rankings. We all know that it started with Times initially, and then Times and QS combined, and then they were separated. And these two rankings are being referred to across the entire globe. So one was ranking, by which they were attracting the foreign students. And the other is the teaching excellence framework, which is introduced within all the universities of UK. And it actually tells you the quality of facilities provided to the students. So they have made teaching student-oriented. And there are different metrics which are actually used to rate universities. They are not ranked. The universities are rated: gold, silver, bronze, and then unclassified. Any university which is below bronze category, the government does not let them increase the tuition fee for students. So there is actually a check on the quality within their own universities. And of course, every university is now trying to go up the scale in rating. I don't know, Punjab Higher Education Commission may think of doing this, adopting the teaching excellence framework. And we can then internationalize this, we can advertise it, and maybe that helps us in getting better students. The problem with getting foreign students is not only this, that the universities don't have the capacity. Let me share with you, we in NUST wanted to give scholarships to a lot of foreign students. And when we offered that, I offered that to Islamic Development Bank. I said, we'll give you 30 vacancies every year, and we'll give you scholarships. A couple of students, they appeared, but they were all substandard. They could not match the quality standards of NUST. Now, this is another challenge. When you're getting foreign students, you got to make sure that you have quality students. And when they go back, they all, of course, they make an impact on their own economy and society. So they have to represent the quality of teaching they got from our universities. So my request to all vice chancellors and of course Punjab Higher Education Commission would be that we focus on student-oriented teaching excellence framework, and maybe that can help us in improving our internationalization. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. The lots of questions that we have are really heartening for us because it shows that we have been able to generate very good discussion and moderate a very good session. But just keeping into consideration the time limit and the fact that there are further panel discussions coming, which will be rather more interesting and intriguing. Okay. बहुत request आ रही है sir, इजाजत है एक question लेने. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. I have been hearing since last night very good programs, strategies for improving, enhancing our student body, both inside Pakistan, outside Pakistan. UMT rector said why only 13% of this college age population is in the colleges. But we are missing one point. What's happening to those graduates who are already graduating with degrees? Unemployment rate is very high. What are we going to do about them? We have to have a strategy to employ those graduates because there's something wrong. At least something is wrong, seems to be wrong. They're not getting jobs, either here nor abroad. So we should think about it. I'll discuss more when we meet in our panel.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So with this, let me conclude by saying that I'm sure that this must be very interesting and insightful discussion for everyone. The three key words that I gathered out of this discussion is that opportunities are there, and there is lots of potential in higher education sector of Pakistan. With collaborative efforts, we can definitely prepare a workforce which can claim their share in the global markets. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, all the best.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Okay, we can have the group photo for the panel. ऊपर होगी sir. I'll request कि
No problem.
Thank you. Gentlemen, please smile. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would now request the chairman, APSA, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Abdul Rahman, sir, to please on the stage, and we need to give some souvenirs to our honorable guests. Sir, I would request Professor Dr. Shahid Munir Saab, the chairman, Punjab Higher Education Commission, sir, to please receive your souvenir. Thank you very much for your presence, sir. तालियां बजा सकते हैं आप. Thank you. I'll request Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah Saab, Vice Chancellor, Bahauddin Zakariya University, sir. So please receive your souvenir. Thank you very much. Honorable Chairman, thank you very much, sir. बहुत शुक्रिया, sir. Thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we always talk about the QS rankings, and we talk about it in every university is talking about the QS ranking. So let's hear it from the regional head of QS. So the topic is optimizing institutional excellence, strategies for improving QS. So please put your hands together for Mr. Rami Awad, regional head QS. तालियां बजा दीजिए, please. Thank you. There you go, sir.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. اللهم علمنا ما ينفعنا وانفعنا بما علمتنا وزدنا علما يا رب العالمين. Respected leaders, rectors, chancellors, vice chancellors, delegates, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It's such an honor to be here. And mashallah, after so much very intellectual, high intellectual sessions, I do hope I will maintain that as well. My name is Rami Awad. I'm the regional manager of AMISA, which is Africa, Middle East, and South Asia. As you may tell, I'm originally Palestinian. So whenever I heard about the initiatives of scholarships to Palestine, it is such an honor to be here among you, and inshallah to see that much more often. Thank you. Thank you from my heart. Thank you so much. So my agenda for today is give a high level of QS again, a summary of what happened last year, and then we drill down of a performance overview and what can be done. But just to remind you of what QS. So QS, despite it's a ranking organizations, we do much more, and we keep the candidates and the students in our heart, because keeping those in our heart will always align with every stakeholder within the organization. This is quickly some of the numbers that we have, some of the visits that we have on our websites, some of the students recruitment that we do, and I feel we can do much more with Pakistan. And beside that, because ranking is not only for university as well, we are engaging with good number of countries. And alhamdulillah, we are shaping up plenty of countries, and hopefully we can do that to Pakistan as well. This is a quick just number to share 80 billion data points from the papers that we evaluate and scopus, into the student responses that we receive from the students, into the academic responses that we receive from the global survey, employer responses that we are receiving from the employers. So gathering such touch points will help us, and inshallah help you to realize where are we strong and where are we weak. And that will help usually understanding the SWOT of everyone, knowing our strengths and how we move forward, knowing our challenges and how we can align that out. So again, QS, we always help in increasing the conversions, where, as we heard, a couple of challenges and how we can increase that out, boost the recruitment. And I know personally number of employers from Pakistan that, mashallah, are doing quite a good effect outside of Pakistan and inside Pakistan. So how can we change that up? How we take charge of our brand. And in my opinion, this is one of the, I would say, most important points to focus on, inshallah, in today's actions. Global digital footprint. And I noticed that, mashallah, from a Webometrics point of view, which is, you know, how the university is present on internet, there is a good ranks to number of universities. But to some extent, that's not being reflected well in the academic reputation of QS, at least. And we can discuss that out. So we have plenty of things to speak.
What we have covered in the previous year, we gave a quick overview of different QS rankings. And in today's discussion, inshallah, I will try to focus on three main ones, which is the Asia ranking, the World University ranking, and the subject ranking. We have gave a few discussions on suggestions, insights, and alhamdulillah, I'm quite happy to mention that from last year's engagement to this year's engagement, there is a really good improvement in the number of ranked university in the Asia ranking. That is an increase of 13 universities. A slight improvement in the number of universities ranked in the World University. But the positive part, which I'm going to show it, there is even an improvement in the positions within the World University ranking. The number of universities ranked in the subject ranking has also improved. And alhamdulillah, even on the sustainability, which is still under embargo, it will be launched and published on the 5th of December, but the number of universities has also increased. So I'm very happy of this, and I would like to thank you for knowing exactly how to promote the university, promote the faculty, promote employers, and so on. And inshallah, we will do more. What we will cover today is the current landscape within Pakistan, and then how we can improve it to some extent. Starting with, this is a quick glance of the top 13 universities, because mashallah, I cannot accommodate all of the universities, so I just took those 13 universities. As you can see, I have them in the Asia ranking, World University ranking, subject ranking, and sustainability. Why did I take those? Because those, again, are the top in the Asia ranking, and in my opinion, inshallah, it has the potential even to lead others into it. The Asia ranking numbers that we are seeing here, alhamdulillah, it has also improved. So this is very nice. The universities, most of the universities have improved in the rank, which means, again, it has presented itself in a better way comparing with other peers. And this is a very important point to highlight. All the rankings per se is competing with peers. So again, I would like to highlight, we are not here to discuss whether ranking is important or not, because we could see it is important. And this is where we need to understand where can we excel in those areas. The number of ranked universities in Pakistan at the top 250 remain the same, which is 11 universities. But I do hope in the next years, inshallah, more universities will go into the top 250 in the Asia ranking. Number of ranked university in the World University ranking, as you can see. Now, subject ranking, despite the number of university ranks have improved, but there was a slight concern, which is the number of subjects ranked in the university are decreased. So I would request to shed some light into that. So this is what we have discussed, right? As a remarks, alhamdulillah, good improvement in the World University ranking, good increase in the number of featured universities in Asia ranking. The number of subject ranking within the universities are less. And again, that is a concern which I will cover in some time. And a good increase in the sustainability ranking. So congrats on those. But as a ground rule, there is no cost to be evaluated in QS rankings, right? It's free of charge. There is no opt-in, there is no opt-out. We just need the university to meet the eligibility criteria. Now, this is very important because having a benchmarking, having ground rule will help all of us knowing how to move forward. While knowing this again, and if you could see the second point, knowing the right direction, as well as moving faster than other peers. So there are 2 points. We need all the universities to know which is the direction to move on. But we don't want the university to walk. We actually need everyone to run faster than other universities in the region and in the world. So to do that, we also at QS highlight 2 main points. The university in general must know, do the right thing, generally. But the second part, which in my opinion can be emphasized more and can be worked more, which is make other people know about your good doings. So what I've noticed, and this is my humble opinion, there are lots of good, news, good achievements, but they are not being publicized in the right way. They're not being spread in the right way, or let's say more than other universities. So I would request everyone to work on that. Again, all higher education institutes can be evaluated for subject rank. Why am I emphasizing on this again? there are a number of institutes, there are a number of universities which are not eligible for Asia ranking and World University ranking due to their reasons. But let me share some example, one quick example. There is one institution in Dubai, it's called Emirates Academy for Hospitality and Management. So they're not eligible for the regional ranking as well as World University ranking because they are very specialized. But they know exactly how to move forward in the subject ranking. And mashallah, they are ranked number 13th in the world in the hospitality and management. So this is what we need from every one of us. If we can delegate that work to the deans and their departments, I'm pretty sure everyone will know their SWOT within their campuses, within their subjects, and everyone can do more. Ranking is a reflect what all stakeholders are doing. So this is something I need to also emphasize, which is it is not only up to the ranking department, it is not only up to the quality assurance department, nor the management alone. It is an actual reflect of everyone. So it is a mindset, and I will explain it in a while. In here, it is a quick scores. And I know this is quite confusing, but again, we've took almost the top 21 universities, and we have number of indicators. The academic reputation on the left, employer reputation, faculty-student ratio, international research ratio, citation per paper, and paper per faculty. Now, let me open up the first one, which is academic reputation. Unlucky, as you can see, all of those are red arrow down. And again, I repeat, this is not because of the mistake of the university. I assure you, this is because everyone else is running faster. So academic reputation is not your strongest indicator. There is still room to work in there. But when we look at the employer reputation, and mashallah, this is one of the good indicators Pakistan is having. So we are having, as you can see, those blue circles, 2 universities from this top is in the top 50 universities in the Asia ranking. And as you can see, we have a mix of green arrows and red arrows, but generally there is no very high shuffle in those. I repeat, employer reputation is one of the really strongest indicator that we can work on in Pakistan. Faculty-student ratio, mashallah, we have a university which is ranked as first in full Asia. International research network is a second indicator which is very strong in Pakistan. And we have heard it from different speakers that, mashallah, everyone really wished to work with you, collaborating with you in a paper output. And this is very exciting to know that, mashallah, you are under the radar for plenty of countries around the world. Citation per paper and paper per faculty is not, again, a very strong indicator. When we look at this by itself, I have 2 main understandings, and forgive me for saying it. If I am having a good IRN, which means there are plenty of peers that working with me in paper production, but eventually is not being reflected on the academic votes. They are not selecting my name as a university as the top 30 universities, because this is how it goes in the academic reputation. Whoever receives a survey, he, in his capacity, in his subject, will choose up to 10 domestic universities and up to 30 international universities. So I would request everyone to try to analyze. We are having good number of peers working with us in paper production, but it's not reflected in the academic reputation. The second part, again, which is we are doing so much in the paper production, but the citation of that production is not really up to the mark comparing with Asia. And in my opinion, the citation of papers is one of the quality signs that people will realize that our authors and co-authors are really good. So this is just a general views of how we can open that boxes and delegate the work to our research office, to our international office, and so on. And again, inshallah, we will have, if I may stick to the time, we will have some more time to discuss it out. The World University ranking, and this I can present a little bit more. There's a quick comparison between the Pakistan performance against India, Iran, and Kazakhstan. Quickly, the blue line is the original. The orange line is the new methodology. And as you can see, it is in a different line because we want everyone to realize when we had the new methodology of QS World University Ranking is not a continuation. It was quite different in a drastic way that, as you can see, there are universities benefited in a good way. And alhamdulillah, Pakistan in one of those countries. But there are other universities like Kazakhstan, which affected it in a wrong way. So here is a general view of how Pakistan is doing comparing with other universities from a country perspective. And we are there almost close to the competition. Now look at this slide. When we take the top 5 universities in the country, we could see that India are doing quite better than Pakistan, Iran, and Kazakhstan. So we need to realize and analyze what those top universities are doing. From where are they getting such scores? What are they doing? Which countries are they going for? And we at QS, inshallah, will be able to help in most of those. This is a very detailed view, again, comparing with those peers. And as you can see, the employer reputation, mashallah, is one of your strongest. And we need to capitalize on those much more. Academic, there is still room to improve. International research network is excellent. Citation per faculty is still quite low than the rest. And we need to increase that citation quite drastically. I'm not going to touch base on the international faculty nor international students because it has its own challenges and we can discuss it in a different forum, inshallah. This is the presence of the universities. And as you can see, the average of the universities in Pakistan is a little bit in line with other 2 universities, with other 2 countries, except India. This is very important because we need to keep in mind from a country level and a university level, we need to have 2 things focused on. Increase the number of universities present in QS, but not only that, we need to increase the performance. We need to increase the positions of the university. So the average of the country can increase as well. And believe me, that will help in number of indicators in the future. Let's open up from which indicators are providing the most into the country. So in here, employer reputation is number 1. Citation per faculty is number 2. Academic reputation is number 3. Other countries have totally different numbers. Iran, citation per faculty is one of their strongest. Now, what QS is saying, we need to balance that out. So what we aim from the universities and the country, and hopefully this 3 to become 30, which is the academic reputation. 4 to become 15, which is the employer reputation. And that will give us the right score and the right output. But to be able to do that, I repeat again, we need to delegate the work quite well within the university. We need to ask the research office to do better in their capacity, academic to do better in their capacity, management, students recruitment, talent recruitment, academic recruitment, all of those to work better in their academy. Again, this is the 3rd subject, which is the subject ranking. As you can see, we have good number of universities present in the subject ranking, which is in the published range. Now, if you open that part, we have 4 universities in the top 100. We have number of other universities in the 200, and the remaining are spread all over it. But my point is in here, as you can find from these red dots, we have loads of subjects from various universities which have a good chance to be ranked. And with the right strategy and passing over to the deans of those subjects, the deans of those faculty, there is a really good chance that those will be included. Why am I emphasizing on this again? Subject ranking is part of the other rankings, and any output comes from the subject ranking will also help the university in the Asia ranking and World University ranking. So if I may give this example, increasing the number of recognitions, increasing the number of votes in a certain subject will also help and will lead to the same number increase in the world university ranking. So apart from having 10 votes in engineering, 10 votes in science, 10 votes in management, if we get 50 votes in engineering, it will help us in the engineering, and the same 50 votes will come up into the world university ranking. So having that focus will always give us the push. On the other side, there are some subjects, which is on the green dots, that they are on the edge of the published range. So without the right focus, they might be dropped out. And this is what happened as I presented it. The number of ranked subjects within the university have decreased. So some university were having 15 subjects. In this cycle, it's 14 and so on. So I wish everyone to work on to increase that up. So after discussing the overview, basically, of the performance, now how to understand the global reputation. I know this is lots of text, but let's discuss it out. From a reputation point of view, the QS requests all the universities around the world to provide 400 academic names and 400 employer names. It is a two-way communication. All of those names will be used in the survey. But the idea here, and I request everyone to focus on that, is beyond this nomination list, we don't need to focus only on the 400. We need to go much more beyond that. And this is from research excellence. Research is one of the easy ways that it can actually show you quality of the university. So having a better research and having a better impactful research is a clear sign of quality. And hopefully that can be fixed up. Faculty development, how we can work on the faculty, on our resources. We have a gold mine. Everyone knows the academics of Pakistan is doing well. And again, that's why everybody wish to collaborate with Pakistanis. But then we need to do a little bit more of that. And in my opinion, forgive me for this, one of such faculty development would need to go into that branding perspective. Again, it is ranking mindset. Let me give a quick example, please. A few years ago, when the SEO, which is search engine optimization, kicked in and it was on fire, I remember all the universities, all other sectors in the world start fighting to get their content updated and revamped so quickly to cope up with the SEO. So similarly in here, we have a very good gold mine of academia, faculty, researchers. But then I request to invest on those people and they know how to brand themselves so they can be able to brand the university. That is very important. Engage with academic community, and that's within Pakistan or outside. How to do more collaboration, more engagements, webinars, meetings, MOUs, and so on. This is very much important. Online presence, as I mentioned before a while, the webometrics of Pakistani universities are doing well. But despite that, if I may highlight it, it is very much well known within Facebook as an example. We know we are in the social, we are in the digital era. We need the universities to have presence in more than one social channel and not only stick to Facebook. If person does not have Facebook account, he will not be able to learn about your achievements. So this is where having diversity of social media and a proper online presence is very important. Graduate employability, engage with employers, alumni success stories. This is all very possible. I would like to share one story from a university in Palestine, which is really challenging environment. And there is one holding group in United Arab Emirates who traveled to that university and they hire their engineers even before graduation. If we ask, how did that happen? Their alumni have actually done so good. The alumni were having the right soft skills, were actually trained to be ambassadors for the university, and to be able to achieve that, we need to again have the ranking mindset, even the alumni. So we need them to feel proud that they have actually graduated from such university, which everything will work alongside. Now, when we go into the research part, how we can increase the research productivity, that is really important, but we need to balance it with the quality of the research. So there are plenty of ideas, plenty of work that can be done increasing the collaboration, increasing the reach, having interdisciplinary, having a research office which provide any support that required by the researcher and so on. I repeat, delegating the work does not mean adding load of work. It is just mean realigning it with the proper R&R. That's in my opinion, sorry for saying. So it's a roles and responsibilities. So we need the researcher to produce more. But at the same time, he needs the support of someone else to find the right journal, to find the right collaboration, to translate whatever requirement. And not only that, a very important part, which is, I think there is a room to improve within Pakistan, and that is doing the right branding for the research itself. We have a couple of ideas. We need those researchers to speak about those research in forums, in conferences. We need them to have the recognition that give them the boost to produce more. Open access is another idea that I would like to suggest, because I believe open access will give us the right visibility and hopefully the right citation to it. Now, from action time, I have mentioned the word branding many times, but I need to highlight again, branding is a sensitive topic into the higher education, because we need to differentiate ourselves, but at the same time, we doesn't want to look bad from a branding perspective. We need to maintain the integrity. We need to maintain the academic line. So this is very sensitive to do. But keeping in mind, in the academic field and in the educational field, we have such a diversity of stakeholders, which is even troublesome to do branding for themselves. What messages do I need to send to the student, to their parents, to the other peers, to the employers, to the academics, to government, to consultants? So it's a different stakeholders. And this is where analyzing messages and analyzing stories is very important to the university itself. Now, here's a few ideas. Again, a ranking-focused mindset. What does it mean? We can very much have a hiring process. We need to hire a researcher. We need to hire a faculty, a professor. Within that itself, streamlining the ranking mindset will help us finding who is the best candidate to add more, not only to the university, but to the ranking mindset of all. Similarly goes to the partnerships. It's not very easy to find the right partnerships. And with that, I implore everyone to focus on the quality of the partnerships. If I may add, it's not only simple to do collaboration with university ranked as first in Asia, but if you remember, let's roll back, and I give the example of the hospitality management. I would rather do collaboration with university ranked very well in the subject of hospitality than university ranked quite well in the Asia ranking or world university ranking. So this is really important in my opinion. There are three main focuses I also wish everyone to have. Knowing the right people, knowing the right channel, and the right audience. And with that, promoting the stories of the university is very important. So having the SWOT analysis, it shouldn't be on a university level. To me, it should be on a faculty level, knowing exactly where we are strong. And as we heard from plenty of speakers, we know exactly, are we strong in engineering? Which countries are sending students in engineering? Are we strong in health? Which countries are sending more in science? And similarly, when we go into the collaborations as well, we don't want to simply go into a line without knowing where are our stories and how we are sending it. Diversify the reach. It is very important to send consistency of message, but through different channeling. And this is very important. We need to utilize that. Email, websites, WhatsApp, Telegram, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, the list goes on and on. So we need the university to have that diversity of reach. Knowing your audience, and this is very important. We need to again realize where are our audience. And with that, I can very much highlight I am pretty sure plenty of Pakistanis who work and live and even educate outside of Pakistan are really loyal to Pakistan. I think this is the reach to them and make sure they know about our achievements. They know about our news. Keep in mind, every university having competition from almost 20,000 universities in the world. To me personally, I know news, with my humble opinion, I know news and achievements of about 100 universities. With that, how can I prioritize and how can I keep the name of your university in my mind as the top 40? So everyone has his own ranking in his mind with his own methodology. But when it comes to the ranking, when it comes to the QS ranking, we need to make sure knowing the right audience will help us with the easiest on how we can do more. The last point on the slide is personal branding, subject branding, college branding, university branding, country branding. Again, it is the mindset. It is something where all the different engines within the country should collaborate together. This is not the job of a university alone. It is the job of everyone within Pakistan. From a transformation plan, I strongly advise to have Office of Benchmarking and Transformation. And with that and empowering them, we will be able to know where do we stand with other universities? Where do we stand with other countries? And what can we do more to transform? Second point is, I request to focus on the subject ranking because this is very important and I'm sure this is a good way out and improve everything. Third point, decentralize strategies whenever possible. Because I repeat, having one strategy on a university level, I doubt it will be fitting to all faculty and all experiences within faculty. So whenever possible, decentralizing that and having sub-strategies for health and science, sub-strategies for another faculty is also equivalent to having sub-strategy for the PR department, which is public relations, another sub-strategies from the digital branding, another sub-strategies from the website. So having those will always help knowing exactly their R and R again. It's all actions, tasks, and is it met, is it being done on time? Run a study in Pakistan campaign. MashaAllah, despite it is here, I know by heart this is one of the priorities here. But thank you everyone for mentioning it out, where I repeat, this is not the message, it's not a campaign that we run. It is how the government, how the different ministries work together, how the different universities work together to have study in Pakistan. And I repeat, this is very much doable. We just need to know where are we strong in. I came across a message from one of the universities where to promote, to attract talents, they were saying we have the best hill. So that has nothing to do with actually attracting. But when they send this message to students who live in the city, it actually made a difference. Other universities can promote from a campus. Other universities can promote from the intellectual side, the ranking side, knowing your message and run the campaign eventually. Increase the startup incubation. And mashallah, this is quite good, but I think more can be done. How we can encourage the ideas of startup, how we can provide more to them. I know about one university, I know about one company, which was actually an incubation of a university in Pakistan. And mashallah, right now they are doing really good job from the computing part, where they are actually helping building mobile application to few government entities in Dubai, in United Arab Emirates per se. So having that in mind, with the strength that we can do in the computing, in the health science, it can very much do a difference. Now, this is almost reaching to the end of the presentation. Few recommendations. I would request everyone to engage with QS from different parts. Make sure you are up to date with everything. And we have support.qs.com. It is a really hub to provide all the information when it comes to the rankings, methodologies, everything. I also request to submit data on time. We need the university to submit data even before time. And if there is time, it can be updated more often. We at QS always looking for interesting articles to be included in our insights, which is our publications. So hopefully having the right engagement with us, even with our publications unit, it can help having such coverage in one of our publications. Participate in international survey, because that will also provide you a complementary benchmarking report, which you can very much get use of. The coming point is very vital to me personally. Speak, sponsor, attend one of our world-class conferences. In one of the parts of doing branding, you can very much utilize QS conferences to the highest level. Because QS conferences or other conferences ideally bring such, mashallah, top-notch delegates from high-end institutions. So having a presence and being ambassador to the university and to the country in such conferences, it's very important. Doing the right networking on this is really vital to the university and to the country. We are having a number of conferences around the year, regionally, worldwide, but the number of representation from Pakistani in the conferences is quite less. So I really hope we can have the discussion of how to increase it up. But not only that, in our conferences, we also give the opportunity for the researchers to present their paper. And this is something very important. How about, having the opportunity to present your research in front of such high-end academia? And to do so, the researcher only need to apply, just need to submit an abstract. If that goes well with the committee, they will communicate with you so you can present it in person or virtual. And that's the next level. That is very important, again, to have branding yourself in such conference, branding your research, branding and promoting your college and the university and the government. Sign up for strategic audits. This is, in my opinion, another good point where I have heard that ranking can be quite tough, but rating can be possible. Because rating, you're not competing with other peers. Rating itself, you're competing with the standards, and it does not change. Such rating show light on few indicators that not being captured in the ranking. It's quite difficult to do ranking for everyone. How to show quality on the facility, how to show quality on the pedagogy, how to show quality on the entrepreneurship. Most of those are captured by the rating. And analytics that provide such a buffet of data to everyone, and analyzing such data actually help in knowing how to move forward and which countries. This is a sample of our upcoming conference. It's called Reimagine Education. It is virtually or physically. Anyone interested, please reach out to me, and inshallah we'll be able to help. And this is the last slide, which is the takeout. So it is tough out there. It is not easy tough. Ranking, competing with peers is not really easy. But we need to have increasing the competition mindset and to work on the gaps that can be done. Second point is speaking out. And this is quite important as well. MashaAllah, number of academia, but despite that, the number of knowledge sharing that we do is quite less. In this point, I would like to highlight two sub-points. The number of people responding to QS surveys from within Pakistan is quite humble. In my opinion, that can be worked on. We can share the knowledge of responding to QS surveys. Keep in mind, capture your views. Same time, everyone will be able to choose up to 10 domestic universities, whether from academia side. Reaching out in a global scale is even more important, because I give an example. Working on a joint paper, it is just the door to have the right partner. Open that door and having a co-authors discussion, showing the quality, telling him why the university is strong, telling the other party why Pakistan is strong. This is the next level. It's very important for the personnel and the university. What is your story? This requires an actual analysis again, where there is difference between brand and story, and I say there is no right or wrong in brand. Brand itself will be the correct thing if we use it in the right mix with the right audience. And I repeat again, different stories can be happening within the university itself. Everyone should understanding that. Everyone should know how to be ambassador with their own capacity. It is all interconnected. So despite the challenge of internationalizations in here, internationalization is important. And I assure you, everyone knows about you. It's just about how we increase that level up so we can actually compete with the rest and broaden your horizon. It is all about how to have the right reputation and conduct an impactful research in the world. And when we talk about research, it's not usually the regional research. Sometimes it's even having the combination of having a hint of global research. We do a research for an organization which is outside of Pakistan and how we can help them out. We do a research for something which is outside of Pakistan. And with here, I reach to the end. Thank you so much for this. Inshallah, we can provide so much more. I'm ready to support at any time. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you very much, Ami. And I would request the people who are there online with us, please kindly mute, because there's one person who has left is unmuted, so please kindly mute it. Thank you. And now I would request the Honorable Chairman, APSAP, once again to please give the honored souvenir to the President, APSAP KP Chapter, Chairman, Board of Governors, Sir University, Mr. Azmat Ali, sir. So please, you can have the souvenir. Thank you very much, sir. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's always said that an empty stomach creates a revolution. So we don't want to create a revolution here. So it's a time for lunch, ladies and gentlemen. You can enjoy your lunch. And after about then 2:30, we'll be coming here again for the panel discussions. So please enjoy your lunch and then we'll be coming back. Thank you very much. So just remember the time, that's 2:30 G. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you have energized yourself with the lovely. We could talk about the lunch, and now is the time for our second panel discussion. And the topic of the panel discussion is enhancing international economic collaboration in science and technology, challenges and opportunities. So, for the moderation, I would call Mia Imran Masood Saab, Rector, USA, sir. So please come and sir, just introduce the panel. Thank you, sir.
Well, thank you so much. I hope everybody has enjoyed the lunch. We'll start our session now, the panel discussion. And I'd like to invite the honorable panelists up here on the stage. We'll start with Professor Dr. Danny Paul. He's a professor at the Departments of Biosciences and Chemistry in Durham University, UK. Sir, please come on the stage and take your seat. Then we have Professor Dr. M.K. Paul, professor at the Departments of Biosciences and Chemistry, Durham University again, from UK. Please on the stage. May I now invite Madam Shanaz Wazir Ali. It's not a small name, a very big name in the world of academia. She has been an illustrious career spanning 50 years as an educationist in the social sector development policy specialist. She has been elected twice as a member of the National Assembly and served as special assistant to the Prime Minister on social sectors. She served as senior education specialist in the World Bank, held the position of Minister of State for Education, Government of Pakistan. Since 2013, she is the president of Zabest University, which is in Pakistan, obviously, which has 5 campuses in Pakistan and 1 in Dubai. Please welcome Shanaz Wazir Ali. Our 4th panelist is my friend, Professor Dr. Zikria Zakir, who is a professor of sociology and public health in Punjab University. Presently, he is the Vice Chancellor of University of Poonch, Rawalakot in Azad Jammu Kashmir. Previously, he was the Vice Chancellor at University of Okada and at University of Punjab, Lahore. Dr. Zikria earned his PhD from Germany and completed his Fulbright postdoctoral fellowship from State University of New York at Stony Brook, USA. Okay. So our panel is now fully complete. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We had wonderful discussions this morning and very fine presentations. Since for those who have just joined us, we are having this 4th Rectors Conference on Sustainable Workforce Development, HR Innovation and Technology in Harmony. This morning, we started with this keynote address by Dr. Sumaira, which was Beyond Borders, the workforce for global markets. And then obviously we had a keynote speech by Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry representing the Comstech. And we also had a keynote address on emerging technologies, universities of tomorrow. Wonderful session it was. And so now we are having this panel discussion on enhancing the international academic collaborations in science and technologies. We'll be discussing the challenges and opportunities. We are very honored to have these foreign delegates. Let me just hang on a second. May I now invite Dr. Professor Denny Paul, who's from the Durham University. Could you, sir, please share your experience about these foreign collaborations, partnerships, the outreach, specifically in science and technology sector? Sir, over to you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. And it's an honor and pleasure to be here. So my experience sort of is built on my own research background in neglected tropical diseases, many of which actually impact on Pakistan and the broader region as well. So in 2016-17, the then David Cameron government in the United Kingdom launched what was known as the Global Challenges Research Fund, which was designed to form research projects, particularly in capacity building with regions in low and middle income countries. So we identified a need and a strong research direction in drug target validation to lead to improved pharmaceutical intervention for leishmaniasis and Chagas disease, which impact South America in terms of Chagas disease and globally and the global South in terms of leishmaniasis. So we identified the need and we made sure then we fit the program. And there was a substantial amount of money in this program, several £100 million. I think it was £1 billion altogether. So we then sort of drew on our own network. So my colleague on my left here was involved, as well as several other colleagues in Durham, and we had to draw on our particular knowledge of the field and also our connections in a number of countries. Now, Pakistan was one of those countries, and we worked and we still work with the ICCBS in Karachi, with Professor Dr. Iqbal Chowdhury and Professor Dr. Sama Yusuf. So they're key partners, and we've been in Karachi working with them again. But also it's drawing on knowledge of Brazil, Argentina, Uruguay, and dare I say it, India as well. So this was a broad network. And so we brought everyone together and we wrote the application under the guidelines at the time and secured 7.8 million pounds, which I estimate is approximately 28 million rupees. Now, that's the good thing, and then the difficulties start. I mean, it is a challenge. There's been a bit of discussions about memorandum of understanding, whether they're worth signing or not, but as soon as you have research funding from one agency, whatever country holds the money, you also have to consider the various contractual obligations and the legal process that you have to go to transfer that money to where we want to spend it. And that was largely in the countries that I just identified. So it's a complicated process, but I would say it's worth it as well. And the outcomes have been very strong. I mean, science is built on, we heard from the previous talk about from the QS ratings and about publications and citations. So we have those outcomes. We have 160 papers published in high impact journals from our collection of about 30 scientists, leading groups involved in this. So that's a positive. But I see it as more than that, actually. I see it as the connections, both personal and professional, built up over the 5+ years of that program. We were interrupted by the coronavirus pandemic, as everybody was. That really hit us very hard in actually undertaking the program of work, but we were able to do training workshops, including in Pakistan, in Karachi, but in all the major partners involved. And we were able to instigate projects with serious research funding with partners working together across national boundaries in the countries I listed. So that's exceedingly positive. So as you may be aware, the UK situation and attitude towards the kind of funding that supported us has changed for the worse, and I think it's damaging for the UK as well as damaging globally. However, we do continue to work very closely, and there are funding mechanisms available. It's a lot more challenging now. We don't have as much enlightened leadership in the international arena as we used to have, to be honest. We've become much more, at a political level, inward looking. I would like to emphasize that inward looking political dimension is not something that people in academia see, that we are not inward looking ourselves, we are outward looking. That's why we're here. So I would encourage you to really think not just about the UK. I think the greatest pleasure I had in actually being part of the network and ultimately being director of the network as well was talking to people from a wide range of different nations and regions about the situations in their countries and the situations in their science, and helping, as we did in a very equitable way. This was no way a top-down strategy. It was an equal partnership across all the different players from the different countries. That is very, very important. But the greatest pleasure I got when we had connections, for example, between Pakistan and Uruguay, or between Brazil and India. So those sort of connections, not with the UK, but within different regions of our countries involved in this project. So I suppose my primary reflections are, yes, it's worth doing. It's difficult. you will have lots of barriers, particularly if you secure funding, because people we heard about this morning about the bureaucracy and the barriers involved, that applies across the world, to be honest, and it is very difficult to work with other countries and in terms of transferring funds. However, it is possible, and we've certainly done it very successfully, including with Pakistan, which actually proved to be one of the easier partners. It may interest you to know that one of the more difficult ones was India. So, take that home and enjoy that. But I would encourage you to continue to be outward looking and seek to connect with OIC colleagues in appropriate institutions, seek to with Europe, with the US, and Japan as well. In my area is now a major funder of international work. So do not give up. Do not think the funding's not there, because it certainly is. It's just rather different at the moment to the scheme that I was honored to be part of and ultimately lead. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Denny. May I now ask Dr. M.K. Paul that since Mr. Denny has also explained what happens in UK, please tell us that if this Durham University is a public or a private sector university, one. And what kind of regulatory barriers that you faced while getting an access to these funds? So do you require a lot of effort to get permissions from the government or any regulator? So please let us know what happens at the Durham University, sir.
So first of all, thank you so much for having us here. It's really humbling to be on stage. So we're here to learn. I think this is one important message, that we're here to learn and listen from you, and not just to tell you what happened with our network. In terms of Durham University is a public university. It's actually the third oldest university in the UK, and it's relatively well placed in the QS rankings. But I was pleased to hear that the challenges that we just heard about QS rankings are really the same all over the world, and we really all have to sort of see how we can actually improve our rankings and compete with the fast rising universities, in particular in China. In terms of grant funding, I think obviously grant funding has become much more difficult after the COVID pandemic, and a lot of money has gone into COVID research. But certainly for the UK, there's the prospect of getting access to EU funding in the future. And I think in the past, EU funding has been a main driver for science and technology in the UK and in Europe. And one of the greatest advantages is that the absolute freedom of movement. So I've worked and lived in the United States and Germany, Switzerland, France, and now in the UK. And the ease that scientists can move within the European Union from one place to another is really remarkable. And we have been involved in a couple of EU projects prior to Brexit. And again, the ease of movement and exchange of knowledge and exchange of people is just remarkable. And I've heard how difficult it is for you guys to get a visa. I had no idea, obviously, but yeah, it's terrible. I mean, it's so much easier for a student just to come over, apply to the best university. The universities can attract the best students for their program, independent of visa restrictions and so on and so on. So I think this is an area where certainly, I mean, politicians all over the world are asked to make exchange easier and really have the personal connections, have exchange on every level, from undergraduate to PhD and postgraduate level. I mean, I certainly have enjoyed all my travels and experiences abroad, and it's vital for research and technology to move on and really create the impact that we actually want to create. So that's my take-home message.
Well, thank you very much. Since Pakistan has about 260 universities altogether, and we have about 90 public universities out of 260, which are private sector universities. Mostly the universities, they now have the potential and the desire to get into these foreign collaborations. We are also ready to open up campuses outside Pakistan. And we are more focused on research and trying to get into the world rankings and time rankings and all sorts of rankings. May I ask now, Shahnaz Wazir Ali Saiba, that keeping the Pakistani perspective in our mind, what challenges specific to public and private sector higher education institutions of Pakistan need to be addressed by the regulators for facilitating international academic collaborations? You can talk about this specific question, and if you want to have a general comment, you're allowed to do that also, since you have a large, vast experience working on both sides in the policy making as well as in the private sector. G, please go ahead.
I think this is not connected.
Yeah, audio.
You can hear me?
Get
All
nearer
right.
to the mic.
Thank you very much, me. I'm Imran Masood. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you, Dr. Samira Rahman, and the Rector of Superior University, for making a presentation which I think has set us all thinking that Pakistani universities really need to graduate to another level and not just be situated in the context where they are geographically in a particular city or a particular area, but to begin to think larger than where we are, because the world is so interconnected and there's so many global issues that impact us both at the national and subnational level as well. Since our topic is on international collaborations, I'll try and limit my comments to that. I think we need, whatever we are looking at with respect to new initiatives, reform or change in the Pakistani university landscape, we need to once again do a reality check and look at where we are today and what is the structure of the Pakistani tertiary education system. We have about 267 universities, as you pointed out, and about 50% of them are private sector, almost 50%. Of course, the enrollments are much larger in the public sector universities, but the fact that private sector enterprise, initiative, more resilient institutions, because perhaps their decision-making is much quicker. They have boards of governors which are more responsive and take immediate decisions as opposed to public sector universities. So there's a difference. I think in the nature of private sector universities and public sector universities, we need to keep that in mind when we're looking at international collaborations as well. So in brief, not all universities are the same. They don't all have exactly the same size, the number of students, the faculty, or the facilities. Every university in a way is distinctive and has certain pluses and certain minuses and certain areas where it can actually engage in partnerships internationally and other areas where it can't. So I think it's important for us to recognize that there's a very uneven landscape amongst universities in Pakistan. You can have a smaller university or a mid-sized university in the private sector, because this is absent, so I speak more to the private sector, which is actually providing good, high-quality education. But it may not be meeting and is not meeting some of the criteria set by the government. So I think that one really needs to look at universities in their own particular situation and see what are they offering. And the same set of rules cannot always govern a small school of business. I visited a very good premium school of business and leadership the other day in Karachi, and they are being governed by exactly the same regulation that a large university is being governed by. And that's really not particularly beneficial to the higher education sector, to that institution. So how do you fit international collaborations in a situation where 267 universities are somewhat different, each one of them? Here was a private sector university, very impressive, which Awais Rauf Saab talked about, the University of Lahore, with over 300,000 students. And their private sector universities with 5,000 students, and 6 and 7 and 10,000 students. So it's not easy really to talk about what will work as a general or generalized set of recommendations. So that's one thing. I think that in every province, in every area, really is the Provincial Higher Education Commission and the provincial bodies of APSUP that will assist in this process, rather than having one sweeping generalized policy for everyone across the country. So that's one comment I'd like to make in the beginning, and there's a whole discussion about that. The second comment is that if you look at government, how does it promote international collaborations? And I'm not just talking about the Higher Education Commission or the provincial education commissions. This is a panel on science and technology. So even as we sit here in comstech, there are at least 4 other institutions of the federal government right here in this compound and in the next compound. There's the Academy of Sciences, there's the Pakistan Science Foundation, and there are 1 or 2 others. And there's the Ministry of Science and Technology. Are they promoting international collaboration? What part of their budget are they giving to universities, selecting universities and saying that in such and such a university, this department has a very, very good and strong proposal that we should support? So why is it that government funding, which is supposed to only come to universities through HEC, why is it not coming through other government departments? Many government departments are set up, and why are their doors closed to the universities for promoting international collaboration? I think this is a question that I have raised often, and many others have raised it. I'm not the only one, because Pakistan is a resource-constrained country. So we have to look at whatever resources are available. We have to look at our institutions and our resources wherever they lie. If this is important to be done nationally, and it's not just an issue of universities to have international collaboration, then it must have ownership across the board by policymakers, by federal government, by provincial government, and all specialized institutions. So that's the second point. I think we need to bring them in. Why international collaborations are looking at just a university's budget. Many private sector universities sitting here can't afford some of the international collaborations. It takes a lot of money. It takes finances. It takes expertise. So I feel that we really need to do that. I think the third main point I'd like to make here is that international collaboration is of different types. In science and technology, it would focus largely on research projects, innovative projects, creative new ideas, working with any other university in any country in the world on something that promotes indigenous development of science and technology. I then at the same time ask the question that when we go into an international collaboration, when each one of us thinks of an international collaboration, we have to think about what is meaningful for Pakistan to go into that collaboration for. Is it in our interest that we collaborate with an international university because it meets our socio-political, economic, environmental requirements? Or is that international collaboration of great benefit to an international university because they want to conduct some research in a third world country? Because that will yield them some data about third world countries. So I think that there are some questions there. We are interested in international collaborations that promote Pakistan development of science and technology, promotes our agriculture, our industry, our IT sector, our urban infrastructure, whatever is important, obviously, and high priority for Pakistan. In other words, is there an alignment of the objectives of a Pakistani university and an international university with regard to the objective and the goal for that collaboration in research and development, whether it's in computer science, engineering, biosciences, life sciences, genetic sciences, etc. So I think that the alignment is a critical issue. Another couple of points is that the policy of HEC, which talks about collaboration and supporting collaboration, is really quite limited. It talks about the double degree program and the single degree program. And there are many issues about that because some countries have 3-year programs, we have 4-year programs. Our transfer of our credits and subject areas and courses, etc., doesn't easily work across a 4-year program to a 3-year program. And every country has its own particular framework and architecture for their universities. And our architecture is different from many other countries. So how do you integrate this? How do you bring everybody on the same page in order to have a common degree program? And this policy here, this is the HEC policy for higher education institutions offering degree programs. So that's the only lens that they're looking at, is just go for collaborative degree programs. So they're not looking at collaboration in research, in projects, in co-teaching, and peer learning, and many other things, and development of other types of enterprise, entrepreneurship initiatives, etc. So I think that there's a limitation there as well. I'm not so sure that we can have too many student exchanges here. I know that we are keen to welcome, and we do welcome students from other countries. And that's a great, very important and a very positive feature of our collaboration. But how many Pakistani students can easily go and study in the country from which those students are coming from? In other words, if we have students here from Nepal, how many of our students can go study in Nepal? If it's got to be an international collaboration, it has to work both ways. UK universities are here, and recently they've been here looking for students for their universities, because UK is finding it difficult. They're finding a serious drop in the international students there. So their revenue stream from international students is reducing. And they're looking for good, and this is a good effort, I think, to look for partnerships and students in other countries. But everything has to work both ways. International collaboration is not a one-way street. So how many of our students will go to countries in Africa, or to Nepal, or to Malaysia, or to Sri Lanka, etc.?
Thank you.
I think these are, I know time is running out. I want to make one or two very quick things. I want to talk about the importance, and there was an issue here about what is the difficulty in opening overseas campuses. Zabist University is about, I would say, the only campus, I will definitely say, it was the only campus opened overseas in the year 2002. And we have been there for 21 years. And we have been there with great difficulty. And that, what I mean by that is that our laws, regulations, rules, etc., do not support. They actively do not support the establishment of a Pakistani university overseas, which is why we don't see Pakistani universities overseas. So we really need to work on this very immediately, very urgently. In Sindh, I would definitely say that there's a much, much more supportive environment. Zabist University's charter was passed by the Provincial Assembly of Sindh. And in our charter, we have the right to open an overseas campus anywhere. And that's how we have that campus. It's been there for a long time. And the government hasn't objected to it. It hasn't hindered it. And the HEC has accepted it. So it really is put in our charter. And if it's in the charter of universities, private sector universities, any university in Sindh can have that same option. I don't know about Punjab if it doesn't allow it. But at the same time, there are several other restricting issues around overseas campuses. So I think I just want to end there because I know time is short. And,
Thank you.
We are taking the time of another panel, but I think we need to address a lot of the institutional issues right across private sector, public sector, HEC, provincial HECs, as well as government and specialized institutions that are funded, and also our inability, and I will say this, we are sitting in comstech, and comstech has a very, very important role to play, but I don't think that most private sector universities have been contacted by comstech with regard to any potential grants, scholarships, projects, or anything like that. Nor does the government play an active role in using the resources of UNESCO, which is the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. So we are not able to, harness some of these opportunities.
Thank you. Thank you. Our charters, they vary from a university to a university. We've got federal charters, we've got provincial charters. Sindh provincial charters are different from the Punjab provincial charters, but the highlight of this conference, the fourth Rectors Conference, is that the private sector universities should be allowed to open up their campuses outside Pakistan. For this, we'll have to do legislation. We can do it through an ordinance. I don't know, something has to happen. Somebody has to take the lead, by the way. So HEC can take the lead, or any ministry can take the lead. But having said that, we do, Zabist has been very bold in opening up a campus outside Pakistan, which is a very, very encouraging sign. May I now ask Dr. Zikria about his experience? We have the honor of having the Federal Minister for Education of Pakistan. I would like to welcome you, sir. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Madad Ali Sahib? Thank you for being here. I was just mentioning that it is at some point in time, the political leadership actually is required to take these steps where the vision is set of a country and the legislation is done accordingly. May I ask one of my last panelists, that Mr. Zikria, that what is your experience about these regional collaborations or foreign collaborations? Are you, do you have the liberty to get into any overseas collaboration in terms of faculty exchange, student exchange? So what has been your experience, since this is going to be your third university that you're leading, sir?
Thank you very much. Indeed, honor for me to address such a high-profile forum. I think at the outset, I would say university by definition is an international organization. But unfortunately, our universities' acts are drafted in such a way that it appears that they are local organizations. I remember one public sector university, I was member syndicate. When we were talking about taking foreign students, two members said, "Oh, it's not needed." And they were quite blunt in saying, "Pehle apne bache te padha lo, fir dusre te padha lo." If this is the attitude, then internationalization is very difficult. I think we should think beyond the narrow confines and reductionist view of internationalization. We are considering, for instance, this collaboration in science and technology. We just think about hardware, science and technology, some labs, some equipments, chemicals, hardware are coming, getting better. It's more than that. International academic exchange means internationalization of entire culture. It's the culture of science which benefits the university. If we haven't made universities tolerant, then there would not be any internationalization. Because internationalization means cross-fertilization of ideas from other cultures. It's a win-win situation. It's not a showcase of few foreign students, which we show everywhere. Look, we got internationalized. If we are intolerant from the core, then the students who are already with us, they will go. For instance, 10 years ago, I was Dean Faculty of Social Science in Punjab University. We invited one woman from Germany for teaching social anthropology. And everybody, even scientific staff, academic staff, the first question was, "Shadi hui? Bacche kitne hain?" अगर वो थी को 35 years की, अगर वो कहती कि I'm not married, अब वो महीना रही तो उसके बाद वो कोई आता था शादी के टॉपिक पे तो कहती थी इशहबर नुल किंट कि मेरा कोई बच्चा नहीं है एंड आई एम नॉट मैरिड, क्योंकि उसे पता होता था। तो हमने अपनी अगर पैट्रियार्कल वैल्यूज अपने फॉरेन स्टूडेंट्स के ऊपर इम्पोज कर दी। अगर हमने इंटॉलरेंस रखनी है, अगर हमने अपने फूड कल्चर को सुपीरियर कहना है और दूसरों के वे ऑफ ईटिंग एंड डूइंग को इंफीरियर कहना है या समझना है, देन इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट। तो मैं समझता हूं कि इट इज एन इशू, इट्स अ कल्चरल इशू, इट्स अ कल्चरल टॉलरेंस, एंड वी नीड टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस बिकॉज दिस इज ग्लोबल सोसाइटी। मैंने अपने करियर में देखा है, जब कोई फॉरेनर आता है, जब हमारा कोई साइंटिस्ट आता है, विजिटिंग स्कॉलर आता है, वो ओनली 20% कंसर्न होता है अपनी साइंटिफिक जो है एक्सचेंज के साथ। जो उसको हॉन्ट करती हैं वो सोशल इश्यूज होते हैं, वो इंस्टीट्यूशनल इश्यूज होते हैं, वो बिहेवियर होता है। मिसाल के तौर पे व्हाट अबाउट सुबह माशाल्लाह सुबह से बहुत आलमाना गुफ्तगू हुई, व्हाट अबाउट एकेडमिक फ्रीडम एट आवर कैंपसेस? Nobody talked about that. You can't have academic exchange, scientific exchange without ensuring academic freedom at campus. Unfortunately, इस पे डिबेट ही नहीं। मैं एक दिन ओकाड़ा यूनिवर्सिटी में एकेडमिक फ्रीडम की बात कर बैठा, तो बाद में 2-3 बड़े समझदार प्रोफेसर मेरे पास आगे कहने लगे, वीसी साहब आप शायद स्टेट से पढ़ के आए हैं, छोड़े एकेडमिक फ्रीडम को, पहले यहाँ लड़कियां जो है जीन पहन। वी हैव नो क्लू कि व्हाट एकेडमिक फ्रीडम मीन्स। फंडामेंटल कैरेक्टर ऑफ डेवलपमेंट ऑफ साइंस, जहां से क्रॉस फर्टिलाइजेशन ऑफ आइडियाज होती है, जहां से एकेडमिक एक्सचेंज होता है, जहां से सिविलाइजेशनल डायलॉग। तो मैं सब फैसला साज बैठे हैं माशाल्लाह, और ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर साहब बैठे हैं। मैं इंतहाई हम्बल तरीके से ये गुजारिश करूंगा कि हमें जो क्रिटिकल इश्यूज हैं उनको भी एड्रेस करना है, सिर्फ हार्डवेयर को एड्रेस नहीं करना कि जनाब हम बहुत क्वालिटी आ गई हमारी क्योंकि हमने एक ऐसा बीमर लगा लिया है, ऐसा पावर पॉइंट लगा लिया है जो खुद ही बंद हो जाता है, खुद ही खुल जाता है। इसके अलावा भी हमने अपने कल्चर को ओपन करना है, कल्चरल अंडरस्टैंडिंग एंड अबव ऑल culture of science. What does culture of science means? It's beyond the hardware. Culture of science means objectivity. Culture of science means whole structures of science are built on truth. Data अगर falsehood पे होगा तो entire structure of science will collapse. जिन cultures ने scientific development की है, वहां की जो फंडामेंटल वैल्यूज हैं उनको अडॉप्ट करना है और उनको करेंसी देनी है कैंपस में। मैं देख रहा हूँ बजाय इसके कि आप मुझे कहें स्टॉप। सो आई जस्ट वांटेड, साइंस इज अ वर्ल्ड व्यू, इट्स अ कल्चर एंड इट्स टूल ऑफ कल्चरल इंपीरियलिज्म। सब कॉन्टिनेंट में जो इंपीरियलिज्म का सबसे बड़ा टूल था वो साइंस थी। सबसे पहले ब्रिटिशर्स एस्टैब्लिश्ड हॉस्पिटल्स, मेडिकल साइंस, एंड देन जेल्स, एंड देन मिलिट्री हार्डवेयर एंड मिलिट्री ऑर्गेनाइजेशन। सो व्हाट आई विश टू से, दिस इज अ डायलॉग ऑफ कल्चर। साइंस इज अ कल्चर। वी नीड टू develop our institution in such a way that they have the capacity to initiate a dialogue with other cultures. And science is one element of culture. But we would not be able to benefit from our visiting professors, our foreign highly qualified professors, if we are only and very narrowly thinking about our own culture, our own patriarchal values, our own rigidities, our own superstitions. So I think इसको थोड़ा सा broad based करें, इसको हम अपने institution को प्रिपेयर करें। Yes, जो भी बात हुई, yes, our foreign student might need swimming pool, but swimming pool से भी ज्यादा नीड है academic freedom की। वो जो बात करते हैं उनकी बात सुनी जाए, वो जो बात करते हैं उसका एहतराम किया, अगर वो बहुत भी ऑफेंसिव बात करते हैं उसको टॉलरेट किया और अपना वर्शन दिया। अनफॉर्चुनेटली मैं देखता हूं इस वक्त हमारी यूथ इज गेटिंग इंक्रीजिंगली इंटॉलरेंट। मैंने एक अमेरिकन एकेडमिशियन को बुलाया तो वो सारे स्टूडेंट उससे ऐसे फैसला करने लगे जैसे वो पेंटागन का हेड है, वही सारी पॉलिसीज बना रहा है। वो कहता है, भाई फॉर गॉड सेक आई डोंट मेक फॉरेन पॉलिसी ऑफ यूनाइटेड स्टेट्स, आई एम जस्ट एंथ्रोपोलॉजिस्ट, नोबडी आस्क मी अबाउट पॉलिसी फॉर्मेशन। एक और फ्रेंच को मैंने बुलाया तो उसको भी अमेरिकन समझ के जो है ना वो क्वेश्चन करने शुरू कर दिए। बट देयर इज अ रे ऑफ होप। एक स्टूडेंट कहता है, शुक्र है मैं आज जिंदा अंग्रेज वेख लिया, इन रियल सेंस। हमें स्टूडेंट्स को, हमें फैकल्टी को अपॉर्चुनिटी देनी है नए आइडियाज की, इनोवेटिव आइडियाज की, other ways of learning and doing की, other ways of, जैसे कहते हैं ना, हम एक us and them के चक्कर में है कि जो हमारा वे ऑफ लिविंग है दैट इज सुपीरियर और जो उसका वे ऑफ लिविंग है दैट इज इंफीरियर। इस us and जो है ना यू एंड मी और इस तरह की जो बाइनरी क्लासिफिकेशन है, हमें शायद उनसे बाहर निकालना है। इस वक्त हमारी यूथ का जो मैं समझता हूँ सबसे जो सीरियस इशू है, क्योंकि मैं 3 नई यूनिवर्सिटियाँ उनका मुझे चांस मिला है हेड करने का, उनको डेवलप करने का, यूथ से इंटरेक्शन करने का, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता। हमारी इनटॉलरेंस का ये हाल है कि अगर कोई क्लास में स्टूडेंट की प्रोनाउंसिएशन इंग्लिश की ठीक ना हो तो पूरी क्लास मजाक उड़ाना शुरू कर देती है, इंक्लूडिंग टीचर। तो ये इसका एक ह्यूमन राइट का भी डायमेंशन है, इसकी टॉलरेंस, कल्चरल टॉलरेंस एंड कल्चर ऑफ साइंस। थैंक यू वेरी मच। मेरा ख्याल है
जी, थैंक यू डॉक्टर ज़िक्रिया, यू राइटली पॉइंटेड आउट all the issues जो आपके जहन में है। The panel has been a very fantastic panel. Before we close our discussion and get into a Q&A session, I very quickly would like to welcome again the Honorable Minister for Education, Pakistan. Just for your information, sir, this event has been hosted by APSEP. APSEP is a private sector universities association which covers all 4 provinces, AJK and capital Islamabad. Out of 260 public private universities, 90 are private sector universities. So our role is to highlight the issues and bring it forward to the policymakers, to the parliament, to the parliamentarians, especially to the minister and all the provincial leaders, political leaders. And the only aim is to facilitate these public and private universities. Potential तो बहुत है, और अगर आप ओवर रेगुलेशन कर दें तब भी ब्रेकें लग जाती हैं, खुला छोड़ दें तब भी नुकसान होता है। But there has to be a common sense होना चाहिए। दुनिया की यूनिवर्सिटियां बहुत आगे चली गई, पूरी दुनिया में फैल गई हैं। हम अभी भी रो रहे हैं कि हमें आज़ादी नहीं मिलती काम करने के लिए। हमारे पास बहुत विल भी है, बहुत पावर भी है। आई होप इलेक्शंस हों और इलेक्टेड पॉलिटिकल गवर्नमेंट आए और हमारा ये जो डॉक्यूमेंट है जो हम हर साल तैयार करते हैं, बिकॉज दिस इज द 4th रेक्टर्स कॉन्फ्रेंस जो कॉम्स्टेक के साथ मिलके और हमारे लोकल पार्टनर्स भी हैं, हम डॉक्यूमेंट्स बहुत तैयार करते हैं। व्हाट वी नीड इज अ लीडरशिप, पॉलिटिकल लीडरशिप चाहिए हमें, एक विजन चाहिए जो कि पाकिस्तान को आगे लेके जा सके। सो देयर आर ऑल योर स्टेक होल्डर पार्टनर्स हैं यूनिवर्सिटीज, और ये वजारत इसको कंट्रोल करती है, बट वी आर वेरी विलिंग टू वर्क। Before I close, let me ask once again Dr. Denny if you want to make a comment, because we are now about to close the session now. So over to you, Dr. Denny.
Thank you very much. Just like to reflect on my esteemed colleagues' comments and reflections on the situation in Pakistan. So I would agree that science has no bias, or good science has no bias, and it has no boundaries. So just to give you an idea of the Western approach, I suppose, to grant funding and what we're required to do, we're required to address equality, diversity, and inclusion in all our proposals, most particularly when those proposals involve an overseas partner as well. So I'm very proud, actually, that our network, the Global Network for Neglected Tropical Disease, actually promoted the careers of female scientists across its reach, including in this nation as well. And in relation to sort of the imposition, shall we say, of research on a low and middle income country, as was mentioned by my colleague to my right, that has been a problem in the past, and I don't doubt it will be a problem in the future. But just to reflect upon, I have many conversations with funders and I attend many meetings with UK and international funding. And at least in my subject area, which is explicitly dealing with diseases of tropical and subtropical regions, so it's explicitly out with my country, there is now a drive, rather than bring people and researchers from, for example, Pakistan to Europe or the US, it's more to facilitate genuine high quality research that has impact in the affected region. So it's more about funding going out. And I think, again, the point about what HEC does and other funders in Pakistan, there is an opportunity probably in the future to co-fund with Western funders. The UK funding agency already has co-fund agreements with Brazil, for example. So these are not equal. So it's not like you have to put in equal amount of money, but they show commitment. So I think there's a real opportunity, but the direction of travel is certainly really building on the things that we did as part of our network about enabling real quality research and impactful research to happen where it should happen, which is not in my institution, it's in your institutions.
Thank you, Dr. Denny. Well, in the end, I'd like to thank once again Dr. Denny, Mr. M.K. Paul, Shahnaz Wazir-Ali Sahiba, and Dr. Zikria. And special thanks to the honorable participants in the audience. With this, we now close our session. Thank you so much, sir.
Well, I'll request the cameraman to please come up for the group photo. Please take the group photo. I'll be grateful. Thank you. Now, with this, we are moving on with an online session, and that's on enhancing Pakistani universities to world-class standards, insight from Times Higher Education data. So Dr. Ishan, Director Consultancy, Times Higher Education, so we'll be just talking to you. So over to you, sir. Okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Brilliant, thank you.
Please on your camera so that we can see you, sir. Thank you.
So over to you, sir, please.
Thank you so much, and a good afternoon, everyone. To all the esteemed delegates at today's Rectors Conference. It is a pleasure to join you today from Cambridge in the UK. My name is Dr. Ishan Kader, and I'm a Director of Consultancy at Times Higher Education. I'd like to extend my thanks to the hosts for inviting me to this wonderful getting together of some of the top minds and rectors of the Pakistani higher education sector. Today, what I'm going to be doing is talking through some of the key results from Times Higher Education's World University Rankings in terms of the Pakistani higher education sector's performance in this. I believe that we have a very strong story to tell about Pakistani higher education in terms of its current direction and in terms of its future transformation and enhancement to world-class standards. The previous panel was excellent, and I think there's a lot of points that I was reflecting on, especially in terms of internationalization, in terms of how the sector takes this journey forward. I should also say that I'm sorry that I cannot join you in person today, and indeed I'm jealous that I'm not able to partake in today's lunch and dinner as well. But what I will do is share my screen as I have some slides to go through with you today. So just give me 1 second. So if I could just please have an indication from the host if you can see these slides as I share them. Great, thank you very much. So as I said, the title is about enhancing Pakistan's universities to world-class standards. And I think the first thing that I want to say is, of course, Times Higher Education is known as a company that produces one of the key world university rankings for universities around the world. We also have something called the Impact Rankings, which was released in 2019. The Impact Rankings measure universities' performance against all 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Now, I want to say that I personally believe that rankings is just one small part of the story that we see from all the different universities. A ranking tells a certain amount of a university, but what's really interesting is the metrics that lie behind the rankings. Now, Times Higher Education have 5 different areas, what we call metric pillars. This is teaching, research environment, research quality, internationalization, and industry. So what I'm going to be doing within today's session is talking through all those different metric pillars and the performance of Pakistan's sector on those pillars. But just a little bit of overview data first. As you can see on this screen, in the most recent edition of the World University Rankings, we saw 39 Pakistani universities being ranked within the World University Rankings. And if we take this over the previous 6 years, what we've seen is a consistent increase in the number of Pakistani universities being ranked in the World University Rankings. However, what you can also see there on the top line is that the Impact Rankings, they had 72 Pakistani universities ranked in this same edition. So what we see is that there are more universities in Pakistan submitting data for the Impact Rankings than the World University Rankings. Now, this might be because there are different eligibility criteria for the World University Rankings. However, what we would like to see in the future is an ongoing increase in the number of Pakistani universities submitting data. So between 2022 and 23, we had 10 additional universities, and of course, we would like to see that increase again for 2024. Now, I just want to break this down by subject area. So we have 13 different subject area categories that we measure the performance of universities worldwide. As you can see on the left-hand side there, Overall, we had 39 Pakistani universities submit data. In terms of the number of subjects, the physical sciences had the most number of entries with 31, followed by engineering with 23 and life sciences with 19. So these are the three most popular subject areas that Pakistani universities submit data for. At the bottom, we see psychology and education, both with just one university submitting data for. And actually below that, arts and humanities and law had 0 Pakistani universities submitting data for. So these 4 areas, psychology, education, law, and the arts of humanities, these are areas that we would like to see more Pakistani universities submit data for. But what we do see at the moment is that there is a great concentration on the sciences in Pakistan, with physical sciences, engineering, life sciences, and indeed computer science. They're the most popular areas. Now, if we quickly look over to the right-hand side, the web chart there, what this shows is the relative number or percentage of universities that submit data for particular subject areas. And what we see here is that Pakistan for the physical sciences has a higher average than the world average for the percentage of universities in the physical sciences. So again, it points to a real strength of the Pakistani sector in the research in the physical sciences, also taking into account life sciences and engineering following behind that as well. Nevertheless, when we look at countries that have high-performing universities, we do see a greater spread of subjects. That is to say, universities will also be submitting data on the lower end of that table: business and economics, psychology, education, law, and arts and humanities. And what this speaks to really is about the diversification of provision within the university. Of course, scientific research and interdisciplinary research within the sciences is extremely important. But we also know that for the real global challenges, as well as the country-based and regional challenges, interdisciplinarity and research in social sciences, in economics, and indeed in the arts and humanities is increasingly important as well. Now, if I compare this to a country such as Malaysia, which has a slightly less number of universities overall in the World University Rankings, I think it's 28, but we do see overall a slightly higher performance of the Malaysian sector, and we can also see a greater spread of subjects as well. So what I'm trying to say here is that although Pakistan should be very proud of its performance in the physical sciences and engineering, there could be more scope for other subject areas as well to be represented within Pakistani's ranking. And again, this chart here just shows the general spread if we compare to the world. So I've highlighted there that in physical sciences and engineering, Pakistani universities are actually doing better than the world average when it comes to those subject areas. But in the other subject areas, partly due to lower submissions, we see a slightly lower performance in some subject areas. So business and economics and computer science, we see Pakistan and just below the global average. But there are some other subject areas such as education, psychology, life sciences, where there is areas for improvement as well. Now, what this table shows really is the difference in the overall scores for each subject between Pakistan and the rest of the world's average. Now, I think a really important point to make here, and I think this was really well reflected in the previous panel, is that in general, universities in the global south suffer from numerous disadvantages in the rankings. And I want to say this candidly, even though I work for a company that does the rankings. Due to a number of historical reasons, including colonial power, generally we see Anglosphere universities or European universities have higher average in scores, and this really reflects a longer history of the universities and higher levels of research and government funding and industry relationships that have stimulated their performance in these subjects over time. What I'm trying to say is that in general, we see universities in the global south struggle a bit more when it comes to matching those global averages in these subject areas. So it is fairly natural to see, if you look on the right-hand side, a gap, a negative gap between the country performance overall in these subject areas and the global average. However, again, some of those key strengths there, physical sciences is just below, engineering is not too far behind, and even business and economics, where there's only 10 universities submitting data from Pakistan, we see that they're less than 4% behind the global average. However, there is significant work there maybe in the life sciences and clinical health in terms of making up that gap in terms of the score. Now, this next chart shows Pakistan's sector scores divided by each of the individual metrics that are used to compose the World University Rankings. And for each metric, on the left-hand side, we have the Pakistani performance, and on the right-hand side, the global performance. And this is colored according to the broad metric pillar areas. So on the left-hand side in the green, we have the teaching metrics. Next, in the orange, we have the research environment metrics. Next, in the blue, we have the research quality metrics. In the purple, we have the industry metrics. And in the green, we have the internationalization metrics. And again, I've highlighted here the key areas of strength where Pakistan is doing better than the global average. In the middle, I've highlighted two metrics, citation impact and research strength, where Pakistan is doing significantly better in terms of the global average. And on the right-hand side, you can see the internationalization co-authorship metric, which I've highlighted, which again, Pakistan is doing far higher than the global average. And I think this is an absolutely positive, excellent story for the Pakistan sector. The citation impact, which is also known as the field-weighted citation impact metric, is one of the most difficult metrics for universities in the global south to outperform the global average. And that's also true of research strength as well. So this is a great, great indicator for the Pakistani sector, that what we can see is excellence in the level of impact of the research that the universities are conducting. It also shows that there is relative strength in the research in terms of the global average, and that the research that the sector is doing is actually well networked in terms of international co-authorship. So I think this is a great success story and a very good basis to think about Pakistan's future evolution in terms of reaching those global world-class standards. Now, of course, what we can also see on the chart is that there are several metric areas where there is significant scope for improvement as well. And what we will do throughout this presentation is narrate how that can change. Very briefly, the teaching metrics on the left-hand side have a real scope for improvement, especially in terms of institutional income and the student to staff ratio as well. We do also see in purple there that there is significant improvement needed in the industry income and the patents metric. And this is about how really the universities convert their research into industrial or commercial outputs. So as I said, all those metrics that I've just showed you on this chart, we broadly categorize them into 5 metric pillar areas: research quality, international, teaching, research environment, and industry. And if you look on the right-hand side there, in terms of the difference between Pakistan and the global averages, the research quality angle there is very, very positive for Pakistan. And I think, again, this is a real positive to take home. Moving towards the bottom, though, there is a significant gap for the industry metrics, which I think is the key area of improvement that will lift Pakistan to those global standards. We can also see that there's a bit of a deficit there for what we call the research environment. And I will explain in a bit more detail what the difference between research quality and research environment is. And again, if we just break that down further into the individual research metrics, as we saw a few slides ago, you've got excellent performance on international co-authorship, research strength, and the field-weighted citation impacts. But at the bottom, the key areas of improvement are in patents, in the relative amount of income per staff, and the relative proportion of international students as well. We can also see that research influence, which is really about the network of research, and international staff are areas of improvement as well. So the graphs that I show you compare Pakistan to the world averages. The next few slides I want to quickly run through compare Pakistan to the Asian averages. And again, I think why this is important is related to a previous point I made in terms of the global averages. The strength of the UK, the Canadian, the Australian, and the American sector, as well as some European countries and Japan, tends to skew the global average heavily in favor of them. A fairer comparison might be to compare Pakistan with other countries in the global south and indeed Asia. What we see here is that in terms of the subject difference between Pakistan and the rest of Asia, we've got very strong performance on physical sciences and almost a match for engineering. But when we look at the clinical and health subject areas at the bottom, there's still a significant gap between Pakistan and the rest of Asia Asia averages. So this is something to think about in terms of targeting specific subject areas for improvement of research quality and overall output quality. When we look at those metric pillars, what we see is research quality and internationalization stand out for Pakistan compared to the rest of Asia. But there is a significant gap again with industry and also scope for improvement on the teaching environment metric pillar as well. And again, if we break that down into the individual metrics, looking at the right-hand side, we've got 4 metrics where Pakistan stands out against the rest of Asia. So international co-authorship, where Pakistan has almost 60% more higher average than the rest of Asia. So that's a really strong thing to think about. We've also got research strength, field-weighted citation impacts, and research excellence as areas of standout. So I think the key thing here for, if I was a university rector in Pakistan, is to really try and understand how these areas in red can be improved in both individual universities as well as a broader sector transformation as well. Now, before we move on to some of the recommendations, I just want to show a couple of slides in terms of Pakistan's overall improvement. Now, what this does is look at Pakistan's improvement over a 6-year period. On the left-hand side, we've got the changes in terms of Pakistan's rank. So Pakistan there is on the blue line, and on the red line is the global average again. We did see a little bit of a dip for Pakistani universities between 2020 and 2022, but an increase in the last 2 years. But I think more importantly is the graph on the right-hand side. Again, Pakistan's overall score is lower than the global average, but the rate at it is increasing is much higher. And I think this is the positive story to tell. In the last 2 years, we have seen a significant improvement overall in those averages of the Pakistani university metrics. And I think this really exemplifies that. If you look over the last 6 years, in comparison to the rest of the world, in physical sciences, life sciences, computer sciences, and engineering, Pakistani scores are improving significantly, and especially there in the physical sciences. However, in other subject areas, and we have covered this, arts and humanities, business and economics, clinical and health, psychology and social sciences, there are areas of improvement. And if we look over the last 6 years in terms of the metric pillars, we see a massive improvement in Pakistan's research quality and also improvements in internationalization and research compared to the rest of the world. There is a slight gap to catch up on teaching and a more significant gap to catch up on industry. So again, what I really would like to portray from these data is that the last 5 years has been a very, very important journey for the Pakistani higher education sector. We've seen more universities submitting data. We've seen real improvements in physical sciences, engineering, life sciences, and computer science. And we've seen real improvements in the overall research quality and internationalization. And these are excellent stories that I think Pakistan can consolidate and improve on even further. And there's just one final slide there, again, to show the relative strengths and changes in the last 5 years compared to the rest of the world. It should also be noted there, in the green on the right-hand side, those two smaller green metrics, research reputation and teaching reputation. These are very hard in terms of overall transformation, but we have seen slight improvements there from the Pakistani sector. So I just want to end with a couple of slides talking about strategies where we can see potential improvement, allowing Pakistani universities to essentially coordinate and reach those global world-class standards. So we talked a little bit about the difference between research quality and research environment. We've seen strengths for Pakistan in research quality, especially citation impact and research strength. However, in the overall research environment, there are areas of improvement on research reputation, research income, and research productivity. So, how can the Pakistani universities go about transforming these? Bearing in mind that we also have data that shows that there are particular subject areas that need more attention than others as well. I would say that in the physical sciences, in engineering, you are already doing very well. But a little bit more attention can be paid to those lower ranked subject areas across the sector. The first thing is about improving the metric of research excellence. And this is really about increasing the number of publications in the top 10% of academic journals for each subject area. Now, this is a strategic initiative that universities can use data from bibliometric sources such as Scopus and Elsevier to identify which of the journals will produce the most research excellence. And it is really here about directing your directors of research or your faculty heads to ensure that publications are being submitted in these top 10% of journals. The next metric is about research influence, and this is about increasing the numbers of high-level citations for publications. And this really is about being facilitated through greater international networking, but specifically moving beyond Asia as the key area of collaboration. I think it was very much brought up in the last session that internationalization and international research building is one of the most important activities. When I look at the Pakistani data, what we see is that Pakistan, although it has high levels of international co-authorship, the number of countries that you co-author with is relatively lower than let's say, the Canadian or the Australian or the UK sector. So what this is really about is diversifying the number of countries through which you have international partnerships with. I think this will A, increase research influence, and B, help to increase the research reputation as well. So the very last slide I want to talk through is some broader areas in terms of strategies to improve. The first of all is really about income levels, and this was also discussed in the previous session for funding. There are three metrics in Times Higher Education which have income level measurements. This is institutional income, research income, and industry-based income. In all three of these, Pakistani universities are unfortunately a little bit behind in terms of the rest of Asia and significantly behind in terms of the rest of the world global average. Now, of course, some of these issues are not for individual universities to sort out. It is a sector level approach. It is dependent on government. It is also dependent on how Pakistani universities access funding from global and international organizations as well. Another thing is really to think about how Pakistanis leverage their cooperation with the academia industry collaborations, that is, greater collaboration with commercial organizations that could provide funding for universities as well. We also see that there could be improvements to increase the number of students registered as doctoral students and increasing the number of international staff teaching at Pakistani universities as well. These are metrics where we can see improvements in the near future. So overall, we can see a greater commitment to internationalization in teaching and research partnerships could have knock-on positive effects on reputation, internationalization, as well as some of those research metrics. And finally, what we must see is an enhancement of the industrial and corporate partnerships, which will include creating spin-off companies and having greater patent recognition. This will A, increase the metrics on the industry pillar, and B, contribute to increasing the overall levels of income that we see for Pakistani universities. So I want to finish by saying that I think Pakistani universities are very much moving in the right direction towards achieving global world-class standards. But I think in terms of the areas of improvement, what we want to see is greater international collaboration and greater levels of income for the Pakistani sector in order to push the research stories up and increase the amount of industry collaboration. So thank you so much for your time today. I hope this presentation has been useful. I will certainly send this to the organizers so that they can share amongst all the delegates. And thank you again for your time and the opportunity to present these results at your Rectors Conference.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ishan. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ishan. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay. So now, ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the other panel discussion, and the panel discussion is on creating impact strategies for integrating entrepreneurship and research commercialization in higher education. To moderate this panel, I would now request Dr. Muhammad Ali Shah Sahab, the Vice Chancellor of Bahauddin Zakriya University, sir, to please honor the stage and just introduce the panelists, sir. A round of applause. Taaliyan baja dijiyega thoda sa. Thank you. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Minister for Science and Professional Training, we welcome you here. And I promise that we'll be mercifully brief, short, because I know that we are running late and the time of the minister is also very important. The panel which will be joining me to this evening, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Nizamuddin, Pro-Rector, Superior University. He is a former chairman of the Punjab Higher Education Commission, sir, and he was a founder Vice Chancellor of University of Gujarat, where he served for 2 tenures. And because of this time constraint, Dr. Shahid Qureshi, who is rector of the Gift University, he had to leave because he had to catch the flight. So I'm left with three panelists. I would like to request Professor Dr. S.M. Rafi, Chairperson, Sindh Higher Education Commission. Now I would like to request Professor Dr. Arbela Bhutto, Vice Chancellor, University of Art, Design and Heritage, Jamshoro. I think the previous presentation made ground for our discussion, because the topic of our this panel discussion is regarding integrating entrepreneurship and research commercialization in higher education. This is what we were discussing in the audience, that over the last few years, the priority of this country is to actually focus more on the outcome-based education, as our fellow colleague, Dr. Fazl Khalid, has worked all his life for outcome-based education, for technical education, for education, for a skilled education, and particularly focusing on a new trends, which is IT and these new technologies which are emerging. And for that, I think we are left behind in social sciences, and we are left behind in art and culture as well. So we have to focus on that. But today we'll be talking about how can we make entrepreneurship part of our curriculum? How can we encourage our faculty for discovery, for innovation, for creativity? And how can we have such kind of a research which can be commercialized? And once we have the products, how can we commercialize that research? So we'll be talking about this, but before starting, I'll ask a question from Dr. Tariq Rafi first. But I think, the major thing, if we want to transform this higher education sector towards entrepreneurship and research commercialization, the key is to actually train our faculty and the administration to impart such type of education, because it is useless if our faculty is not able to actually transform themselves. And particularly, this issue, sir, is with the public sector, because in a private sector universities, they keep on focusing on professional development. But in the public sector universities, we face a problem once the teachers are being factored in. The parameters on which we only have is 15 research publications. So, research publication, they ask us to become professors. So I think we have to transfer this to the teaching quality and assessment, research quality assessment, and impact on society. That is the subject in which they are working in, how much contribution they have made in the society. So, Dr. Tariq, I would just like to ask you, out of your experience, what are the most effective methods universities can use to install an entrepreneurial mindset in students and faculty, fostering a culture of innovation within higher education?
Sir. Thank you very much, Mohammed Isham. There's no doubt about this, that the time which we are living, the university is required to have an entrepreneurship, and without that, we are not being able to produce students who are going to be of any effect to our own nation or country. And the purpose of our education is not being met. You very correctly said that unless the teachers are being trained to understand the changing environment and to understand the change in the dynamics, it's not going to work. I can talk about the public sector. You said it has not been there, but I do differ with you in this respect, that the Education Commission, we have got a regular continuous education program for the country. And the first time, whenever a lecturer is being inducted, and Dr. Abila is sitting with Vice Chancellor in he knows it very well that whenever a lecturer is being inducted, there are 4 times in a year that we are conducting our training workshops for those newly inducted lecturers. And 4 different areas. We do it in Sakha, Jamshoro, Nawabshah, and Karachi. And so at 4 different times in a year, all the new inducted teachers, they are being trained on how to be, because you could be a very good, very talented person, but you could not be a good teacher. To teach is again a science, and for that they are trained. And after that, it's not only confined to the lecturer, it is being given to the capacity development for our assistant professors, for our professors. At all levels, this is being conducted. Coming back to your question and the main topic about how to induct the entrepreneurship in our universities and in our students, I think it's a multifactorial thing. It cannot be confined to one subject. We can start with an integrated curriculum. We need to revise our curriculum. That is what I also talked about yesterday, that the curriculum that we have from the Higher Education Commission staff, that we all follow and are bound to follow, so we can add things into it, but that is the main curriculum. It needs to be updated. It does not take into consideration the changing realities in the modern world. What we are teaching is not what is needed in our industry. So once we are trying to do that last year also and this year also, we had startups being done from all the universities in an Expo Center, Karachi, and we invited our leaders from our industry. But they said that whatever these students are learning is not what is needed over there. So we have to bring about a change in our curriculum, and that is very important thing. The second thing is an experiential learning, hands-on experience. And for that, I think what Superior University is doing, that the last year of the students should be in the industry of their own choice, where they want to go, where they want to learn, where they want to have the practice done. Unless you teach all of them in books, it's not going to be a function. I can give you an example of being a doctor myself, that in medicine, 5 years of training, the first 2 years in the lecture hall. The next 3 years is not in the lecture hall, it's in the hospital. It is on real patients. It is in operation theaters, it's in laboratories, it's in radiological centers, where they go and learn and don't know what it is. You can't train any doctor by telling them about a surgery or about a radiology by making them sit in the class. This is what is happening in all other fields other than medicine. And that is what is being suffering. Another thing that I think is very important is the mentorship programs. Establishing mentorship program, connecting the students with the industrial leadership. Some industries should mentorship some students of their own field, and those students should be then teach and taught about the changes in environment and what is happening in the industry. Then we need to have a cross-disciplinary collaboration. It's not the collaboration between different universities, it's also between the departments and themselves in the universities. You see, there's a disconnect in the departments and the universities also. And that disconnect has to be overcome if you need to have an entrepreneurship being inculcated in our students. Innovation hubs and incubators, we all know that how important it is, and we can ask the industry to bring about their offices into the universities, and the universities people should go, and hubs for the startup should be created. Networking events like those which are happening, I think happening also in the Punjab, but we are having startups every year, twice a year, in all the universities take part. And in the end, I'll say the problem solving emphasis, continuous learning opportunities to the students, inculcating into them the entrepreneurship. And then the most important thing is community engagement. Unless the children have the community engagement, and the community not only includes the surrounding, it also includes the industrial part. So all this has to be in a way that it's not one subject that we can do. It's a complete transformation, and the dynamics has to change completely in our universities if we really want to bring about an entrepreneurship culture in our universities. And for that, the lead is to be taken by the universities, but it has to be supported by the industry and also by the government. And government, I think a major role of this lies with the Higher Education Commission. It has to look into its curriculum, it's look into its regulations. Many regulations themselves are an obstacle for entrepreneurship to develop. So HEC has to look into it so as to improve upon it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. First, Dr. Nizamuddin, as you have a lot of experience, and what advice would you like to give to the universities looking to overcome this challenge of integrating entrepreneurship into their academic programs? And how can they strike the right balance between research excellence and commercialization efforts?
As for the topic of entrepreneurship, Superior University offers great experience for the last 5 years. We teach this course in every subject, every department, every degree program. But entrepreneurship is not sufficient for students because it's only one part. Students graduating, they need jobs as well as creation of jobs. Not everybody will go for entrepreneurship. They will also seek for jobs. On hai? Abhi awaaz aa rahi?
Yeah.
When I was asked usually what are the problems of higher education as the chairperson of the Punjab Higher Education Commission, I was to answer in 3 ways. One was the lowest enrollment, which is 13%, as we said, in higher education. Second is the lowest quality of higher education. Third one, the lowest relevance of our curricular education to our market needs. So there are 3 problems. Then I was asked, what's the connection between industry and academia? My answer used to be, there's no academia and there's no industry. So what kind of relationship are you expecting? I was asked, what do you mean no academia? Because the academia is not doing any research relevant to industry. The industries are not investing in industrial growth. There's no R&D, there's no budget. They're all cottage industries, family industries. So there's no industry in Pakistan. So let's think about it. Now I want to say something which will be very foolish of me, but I'll do it because I'm sitting in front of vice chancellors. I read a report of the UK government, 2021, I think report came out. UK government, Minister of Education, presented to the Parliament and is approved. They said no more universities in UK. All universities should be streamlined and revamped and restructured. They had a very successful program of apprenticeship in UK, which was very useful for students to go out to the apprenticeship. This is a model from Germany. They borrowed it. And during their apprenticeship, they learned skills in the industry and they were hired later on because of the model that Superior University is trying to follow 3U and 1M. We send them to 1 year to the industry so they can learn, create their own jobs, and may be employed. Now, if you have 17 million unemployed graduates, and your Pasha is telling that your 20,000 IT graduates, only 500 may be ready for market. 19,500 not ready for market. We have in Pakistan started at least 50 short-term training programs. Most famous one is Dr. Sohail Naqvi started boot camp. He takes the graduates of IT, put them in a training program for 3 months and then say, we are ready. All these short-term programs, in my opinion, are not the answer. Answer is to change the curriculum. I have been working with a group for the last 2 years, 2.5 years. It's called FinTech, London-based. They are very much interested in this. They developed a relationship with ICMA in Pakistan and have launched a program called ICMA Digital Academy in London. Their argument is that if the universities offer them 1.5 year to 2 year of their last part of the BS program, they can convert the graduates into employable graduates. Those 18 months are basically courses which are, you can say, optional courses, Not core courses. Core courses you can teach them. In IT program, for example, you can teach them the core courses. The last 2 years, they want to teach them digital world. They're arguing that without digital learning, you will not be able to perform, no matter what discipline, what profession you're following. World has become digitalized. So you have to propose, train them for digital world. That they can do in the 6 to 18 months, the 3 course. My argument that 17 million unemployed and more will be unemployed because you can never have jobs in Pakistan for all our graduates. Our markets for industrial growth, economic growth is not such. So 13% is a blessing in disguise because if you have more graduates, what will you do with them? Yes, we are lowest in the enrollment of university education in the region. But what will you do with if you have 25% or 30%? The graduates will be unemployed. Our industries, our business houses, our economy is not ready to absorb them. So how will you deal with it? So basically, you have to export them. How can you export them without skills that are needed in the global market? So the topic of this conference was workforce development, not skill development. Workforce development, which means what is the workforce the global market needs? Regional markets, Pakistan markets, some will be absorbed in Pakistan, but majority of them cannot be. Therefore, to expect they will be hired is thinking in futility, because large number we don't have job opportunities. So we need to prepare our graduates for global market, regional market. Therefore, for that, we need to develop those skills which are needed in global market. UK report suggests that unless the industries and the academia work together, industries decide and tell them what we need in our industries, and you prepare those kind of skills in the training programs. So they are talking about training programs, talking about specialized training, specialized skills development, market-ready development, not degree programs. I think this is a very serious matter. I know it's very difficult for university vice chancellors to take it, that university degree programs are not that much relevant unless your curriculum is drastically revised and includes the last 2 years of the degree program in such a way that they can come both technical degree as well, because we are a degree obsession country. We want to have degrees. We don't believe in certifications or diplomas. Around the world, degrees are not being honored. In UK and US, degrees are not being honored. What is being honored is specialized training programs or certification that is being honored. So we need to follow. If you want to have our young people, entrepreneurship is one. At least there will be some possibilities of doing some income. But a large number of them cannot do entrepreneurship. So we have to find jobs. For that, we need to prepare and help them. This is our responsibility as Dr. Sajid Rahman said, it's a amanat hai hamare paas. The young people come to us as an amana. We should really do something. Don't cheat them, don't dodge them, don't mislead them, give them the real world realities, what we have. So I think my suggestion would be rethink, re-examine our degree curriculum. Give them languages, as Dr. Subhana said, 5, 6 languages. Have a language center. Because language, presentation skills, market skills will prepare them for a global market. Not enough for Pakistani jobs.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Very interesting and lot of experience in your suggestions. And I'll further move on to what you are saying, that our students basically come to the universities to get a degree. And that degree, basically, they want it for jobs. So they are looking for a piece of paper, and which we have been doing for last 7 decades. Dr. Arbella, you are a young vice chancellor. I would like to ask you that, in your view, what are the most effective methods universities can use to instill an entrepreneurial mindset in students and faculty, fostering a culture of innovation within higher education? So we have to transform the mindset of a students from just taking a degrees towards the entrepreneurship and the commercialization. So what do you think that how can we possibly do it?
Thank you very much, sir. So in fact, at the outset, I would like to first congratulate all the RC team who make it really happen. It's a really interesting topic. I think since last night, we are really enjoying all the debates that's going on. And that's quite fruitful. And what we are planning to come out something like as recommendation that we can just put up for the policymakers and so on. Sir, I think I would like to build up my discussion on the same point that has already been raised by two dignitary members of this panel. They've talked about revamping curriculum. And I think that is something that is really required today. And why revamping curricula? Because I would start with a debate that rather than talking about entrepreneurship and innovation, will begin from the STEM. See, there is a complete hierarchy. There's a complete system that we need to understand. It's a science that drives the technology. It's a technology that drives the innovation. And it's an innovation that turns up as an entrepreneurship. If we do not have a science, suppose if we do not have frequencies already identified supporting our communication, we would never have the cellular technology. Now, once we have the cellular technology available, now we are capable enough to talk about that WhatsApp as an innovation on which all entire globe is connected today. So how it is moving on is going on in a sequence. It always starts with the science, then it goes to the technology, then it comes to the innovation, and then it goes up to the entrepreneurship. Without science, the entrepreneurship could be seen as a blind. What is important here for us all to understand is to see how a researcher or a faculty member in the university can understand how science can be utilized for the society. Let me share an example with you that in Mehran University of Engineering and Technology, we established a system or a department, if I call it. It's known as Mehran University Institute of Science, Technology and Development. Dr. S.M. Qureshi, in fact, who was federal secretary, and he'd been here like for more than 10 years, he had an idea that how we can really understand that science and technology can really help that society to grow economically. What he did, in fact, he incorporated a team of 4 members, and he sent us to the SPRUCER, that Science Policy Research Unit in the UK, where what is happening that the consultant, the faculty members who are sitting there and teaching to their student are telling them how it is important to use S&T for a society. Not only that, but when we were there doing our Masters in Innovation Management, they took us to the House of Commons. They took us there to make it sure and understand how the policy is going on, how policymakers sitting there in a think tank groups are trying to identify which S&T can be converted into an innovation. So when we say innovation, it is something that disrupts the existing system. If it is not disrupting the existing system, unfortunately, it's not an innovation. So far, so good. What we are doing is we are taking out a curricula from these advanced world. We're trying to give it a little bit of variation, and then we are teaching into our institutions, and we are teaching it to our schools. More, it has been seen as a part of business school rather than being seen as an engineering school. So what is important here to understand is we start from S&T. We start from science and technology, and then see what science and what technology can be helpful for the society to really come up with this entrepreneurship and innovation. This gap, in fact, is really important to be bridged at the moment. We cannot really see an innovation and entrepreneurship as a domain of a business school, as a domain of management sciences degree. It is more connected to the science and technology rather than only connected to the management sciences. So let me share an example with you. The supervisor who was teaching me management sciences or innovation management at University of Sussex was the consultant or a project director of the Jubilee line. The Jubilee line is like in their metro system, and they go on into this whole metro line. How many universities do we have, unfortunately, here with us, whose professor is a project director of such a strong industry? I really endorse the point that has been raised by sir that there is no academia, unfortunately. There is no industry existing in Pakistan. And there's a major reason that we are failing to really connect these two major components together. So as I said, that their supervisors are already working into the industry. Their supervisors are already taking us out to the House of Commons for government. But at the same time, there was one more fascinating example that I learned from there. One of our teachers came and taught us a subject with the name of Technology and Innovation Management. And what he did, he brought his own book in his hand. It was his book, what he was teaching us as an entire subject. And I'm talking about 2004, that fascinate me so much that I really want to see each of my faculty member here take his or her own book into the classroom to teach. We do not need to replicate a curricula that is already out there, and we just replicate it to make our student equipped enough. What is required is to go out of our university, go out of our campus, learn what is the real world problem out there, and then try to come up as a case study, try to extract out theories from it, try to build a model on that, and then try to tell our students, this is required. This is what is happening in Pakistan. So what means it's very easy to ask somebody else to come up with a book and start teaching in your university unless I do not have my book in my hand. So let me again share an example with you. And that example is for my postdoc at the University of Utah, where I went and I learned by sitting in these incubation center for nearly 12 months, what they are doing. So there's quite a culture of invention disclosures there. But this invention disclosure is happening from the science and engineering discipline. It's not happening from the business school. The invention is coming from S&T departments, and they are coming to this technology transfer offices, which we can call as an ORIC here. We have ORIC offices, unfortunately not very functional, but why not very functional? It's not a fault of anyone, because unfortunately, we have not really reached to that mind level or that mindset Sir has really talked about. We are not really reached to that mindset that understand exactly where is the issue. The issue is we have disconnects almost everywhere. We have gaps almost everywhere. What is important here to understand that when a scientist or a technologist is reaching to these ORIC offices or these technology transfer offices, the people who are sitting there, they are not capable enough to facilitate them in commercializing their inventions. So, sir, what I've realized there, in fact, I must add here, that I realized a knowledge asymmetries that exist even between a scientific community and the management community in the advanced world. I'm not talking about Pakistan, but this is an issue which is even existing there in this advanced world. So I sat with them, I went on through my observatory study, and in this observatory study, I started listing down the issues and the challenges these two important entities are facing. So I came out with 101 questions. 101 issues in this advanced world where S&T community is trying to get facilitation from the technology transfer offices to get their own invention commercialized. Because see, when we're using that word research commercialization, research is always first. Then it comes on to the commercialization. So if there is no research in a university, how we are expecting it to get commercialized? If first step is missing, how we are expecting the second step to occur? So it is very important that our S&T organizations, that our own engineering universities, the science-based universities, think of disruptions, the disruptions of the technologies and the sciences that are existing today. Without science and technology, our innovation, unfortunately, will not take such a shape. This is what is happening in the developed world, and we are not really not close to them at all, unfortunately. So, sir, then what I've done, I have taken that 101 challenges, and I convert these 101 challenges into a canvas, and that canvas is known as Lean Canvas for Invention. And into this Lean Canvas of Invention, I developed my curricula. I developed 6 months curricula, which I taught at University of Utah 3 times. And for that, I have to wake up early 2 o'clock in the morning every Wednesday because it's a time difference. So when I teach to that university, whom do I teach? I teach to engineers. Not only from one discipline, but 17, 18 disciplines together. And you please trust on me that when we start talking to these students, they start solving each other's problem. The electrical engineer is trying to solve the problem of mechanical engineer with a very disruptive idea. The textile engineer is trying to solve the problem of civil engineer with a very disruptive idea. And from all these discussions which are happening there in the classroom, something which is a very novel ideas are turning up. Well, this same I have repeated in Mehran University too, 3 times in my PhD classes. And there, again, I made them sit together. And when they sat together, again, the disruptive ideas came over. And then what I've been observing there, that last 3 years, the seminars of PhD ratio have tremendously increased. So this is something which we can really see and an indication. Of course, they have not really reached out. They have not really qualified their PhD so far, so that we can really see whether they can convert it into an innovation or not. But there's still something going on. We can see the disruptive ideas that start coming up. So I will again go and endorse very strongly the comments that have been made by my colleagues here, that change in curricula is very important. And from where that change will come over, this change will come over when we'll understand our existing scenario, when we'll understand what is really required, what is really needed in our society. And that need can be met not only from the S&T, but of course from innovation and entrepreneurship, rather than just replicating what has been taught else in the around the globe. Learn from them. Of course, it's always good to stand on the shoulder of giants. And this is what we do in a literature search. But then coming up with our own innovation, coming up with our own idea, this is something which I hope will make us successful. So today that book is available out there. If you like to have a look to that, the book is already there. You can find it out on Amazon.com. And its title is Converting Ideas to Innovation with Lean Canvas for Invention. That's my book. And that is under the funded project of National Science Foundation, USA. We're also trying to make it a bit more extended shape. We are going for NSF I-Corp. And that I-Corp, in fact, which will make it sure that today we are teaching this curricula in University of Utah and at Mehran University, but tomorrow we'll be able to teach this curricula globally. And this is what we are intending to do with this project. And here I would like to open this curricula to all the universities in Pakistan, because it has already been endorsed by the Ministry of Science and Technology, because we came up with Science, Technology, Innovation Policy 2022. And on page number 40, of that document, which is already available on the website of Ministry of Science and Technology, LCI has already been embedded. So I would like to thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity, being here, and thank you very much for the entire team of RC for making this event possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I must conclude within a minute that I want to appreciate the efforts of Sindh Higher Education Commission. I think we all must replicate this continuous teacher training program in Punjab and in HEC Pakistan as well. But as my all panelists suggested, that the way forward is the curriculum revision, the relevance, the industry, and the research which is related to the problem solving. The role of the government is very important, and we also have to produce the employable graduates. And with this, I think we move forward to the next session as we are getting late. So thank you very much, my honorable panelists, and I would like to thank the listeners as well, the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. We can have one photograph, sir. I would request the cameraman please to have that photograph, and then by the time I'll be calling for the last panel discussion of this day, and it is on impact of emerging technologies and artificial intelligence on higher education, challenges and opportunities. So I would request Dr. Rauf Azam Saab, the Vice Chancellor, Punjab University of Technology, Russell, sir, to please do the honors for moderation, and then you'll be calling the people there. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to host and moderate this last panel. We have been listening to very enlightening talks and very enlightening discussions since morning. This panel is about the impact of emerging technologies and artificial intelligence on higher education challenges and opportunities. I am Dr. Rauf Azam, Vice Chancellor, Punjab University of Technology, Rasool, Mandi Bahauddin. This is a new university. We are in the developmental phase of this university. A very old and prestigious technology college has been upgraded to this university. I also hold additional charge of Punjab Tianjin University of Technology, which is in Lahore. Our August panelists are Dr. Ziaul Qayyum, Executive Director, Higher Education Commission. I don't see him here. Dr. Ziaul Qayyum? No. Another panelist is Professor Dr. Fazal Ahmed Khalid, currently Rector Ghulam Ishaq Khan Institute of Engineering, Sciences and Technology, former Chairman Punjab Higher Education Commission, and also former Vice Chancellor of University of Engineering and Technology, Lahore. The next panelist is Professor Dr. Adnan Noor Mia, Vice Chancellor, Information Technology University, Lahore. Dr. Please come to the stage. We also have with us Professor Dr. Aftab Maroof, Rector, FAST National University. And the last panelist, Professor Dr. Waliuddin, Vice Chancellor, Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology. Professor. No, we also have Professor Dr. Johar Ali, Vice Chancellor, UIT University. Thank you very much for all our august panelists for being here. We have several emerging technologies that are impacting the higher education and changing the structure of the higher education from the core. I would like to ask Dr. Fazal Ahmed Khalid first. Traditionally, our educational institutions have been slow to respond to the new technologies, particularly when it comes to deployment of new technologies to aid or regulate operations. Our actions have been lackluster. Even today, there are many higher education institutions that don't have any robust campus management system or an LMS. What do you think? How are our engineering and technology universities in general and Ghulam Ishaq Khan Institute in particular adapting their curriculum, teaching, training processes, infrastructure, or campus environment to integrate emerging technologies and artificial intelligence, ensuring that students are well prepared for the evolving workforce requirements?
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, let me thank the Rectors Conference team for providing us this networking opportunity. And you're right, Dr. Sab, things are moving fast, and the way knowledge is being created in modern time is much more faster. And if we look at the inventions and discoveries and developments in knowledge creation, we see that things are very fast. And what has been created in the last few decades was not possible, perhaps, in the last 500 years. So there's a need to catch up. But at the same time, I think there has been a lot of disruption from technology. And from that perspective, I think the way forward is that we have to implement all these modern tools and softwares that are available, particularly blended with artificial intelligence, data science, machine learning, deep learning, Internet of Things, emerging technologies related to IT, which are affecting in a big way because of the solutions and the comfort they are providing, and the smart outcome of all these softwares that are available. But at the same time, I think there are other areas like information technology, biotechnology is another important area, nanotechnology. And I think this is a unique time in the history because it's the interconnectedness of the disciplines which has created a much bigger impact, and also coming from the connectivity and global reach that everybody can have. And as we have been discussing in that previous sessions, particularly the presentation of Times Higher Education. And the good thing is that universities are moving fast to get the recognition at the international forums. Not, of course, I mean, there are challenges, there are problems, but I think there is a big effort, and that should be recognized from the leadership of higher education sector, as well as the government policies that has allowed 39 universities to be visible at the international radar. Having said that, I think now is the time that we should implement and bring the kind of requirement as we were discussing in the previous channel, previous session, that is the curriculum. I think in all 4-year degree programs that higher education, new undergrad and graduate policy has outlined, there is still need to bring in the important modules and elements of softwares that should be embedded into the 4-year degree program, or maybe associate 2-year degree program. And like in engineering, pre-engineering foundational courses are important, and so is the case in biological sciences. Biology is important, but I think we have to get away with this dichotomy. And I think now at the 12 years of schooling, we have to see that biology, mathematics should be taught along with the physics and chemistry, because of the requirement of modern times, where the disciplines are moving in an interdisciplinary manner, with a lot of integration happening, not only in IT sector, but also at a foundational level. So from that perspective, I think when we look at the new requirements, that those are needed in terms of coding, in terms of new languages like Python, graphic design, and then so many other important areas of artificial intelligence. And unless we bring it into the curriculum, we may not be able to bring the kind of the readiness in terms of employability and the opportunities which the requirement of the 21st century modern education is. And in that context, I think we have to see that the education that we are imparting and providing the opportunity to our students, it's also recognized at the international level. And from that perspective, we have to see that our curriculum actually has all these modern tools and techniques and opportunities that are available. So in this context, I should share some of the examples that I've been able to implement at GIK Institute. Let me give you one example that last year we have done this admission test online from any location in the world. And that was a good pilot project for 6,000 students. Incorporating the modern technology of safe proctoring and the browsers for all the applicants to be installed in their laptops in order to make sure its credibility. And just look at the example of this MDCAT test. The government has to ask for the repeat, and that has been done at the provincial level. So the point I'm trying to make is that there's a need to integrate and implement the modern tools and technology that is available. You need to do research in order to make sure that the system is credible. And from that perspective, you can also see that you can have the reach to the applicants at a much lower cost, at the same time with the great comfort. Just see that if an applicant has to appear in any university in Lahore or in Islamabad or in Karachi, in terms of travel, in terms of cost, so all can be eliminated just by making the best use of technology. Look at the banking sector, how it has moved to branchless banking, to now mobile, to e-banking. And I think these are the modern requirements that the education technology along with artificial intelligence got to be embedded into our curriculum, so that we can make sure that the student who will complete their degree at the end of the 4 years are capable and employable, and also up to date with the modern tools and techniques which is required for the industry. Let me give you another example that we have started an artificial intelligence 4-year degree program in partnership with Huawei. And rather than providing this opportunity after the graduation, 4 years is a very critical time for the graduates. And later on, if we have to provide them 3, 4, 6 months training, may not be that meaningful. So what is needed is that we have to make sure that this within the 4-year degree curriculum, all these important elements of modern technologies are embedded in a way so that the graduates have much better chance of employability. And what is known in the modern time is high skills, high value, and high pay. And at the moment, if we are not able to bring in that high skills component from our labs, from our research, and also from the equipment that is available in the laboratories, we may not be able to bring the kind of graduate attributes which are important and needed for the degree program. Dr. Shah has mentioned previously that outcome-based education is another important element that we have to not only make sure that it's employed in the engineering-related programs or IT-related programs, but it should be comprehensively brought it into the other areas of social sciences, economics, and medical sciences, so that the kind of requirement in terms of the program learning outcomes, the graduate attributes, including the knowledge domain as well as attitude, but also the lifelong learning and the skill set which is needed from that degree programs are ensured. Thank you very much.
जी डॉक्टर साहब बहुत शुक्रिया. Now I would like to get to Dr. Adnan Noor Mia. Dr. Saab, you are leading an information technology university, an institution that may be much more relevant with the technologies that we are talking about. How is your university positioning itself for the future, and what specific challenges you think you are facing?
Thank you very much. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. And thanks for giving me the opportunity. So ITU Information Technology University started in 2012 fall. So it's been little over 10 years. Or in the Salome, in these 10 years, our faculty, we have been trying to hire faculty which are quite active, not only in research, but applied research and also teaching. So since the last 10 years, we have been able to get grants and funding about 900 million. So getting from HEC, getting from National Geographic, getting from many different places, international and national. So from HEC, we have got 4 labs now. The crime investigation lab, which was funded for 4 years, and it's now in the 5th year, I think more than 80 million. Then we have the blockchain lab. Similarly, it's in the 5th year. We have also the IoT and robotics lab, again about 50 million. And then recently, we won the nanotechnology lab. So these are the things which our faculty members are trying. We have just started a BS AI program after a lot of deliberations. So starting a program at undergrad level actually is quite a risky thing, as Dr. Fazal was just saying. All the career of the student depend on those 4 years. So it took us a lot of time and deliberations to see which program we have to start. So we have actually started BS AI and BS software engineering. And we are from the fall next year, we are starting masters in cybersecurity. So, and we have a roundtable conference of the industry people to guide us how to develop our curriculum. So they have actually told us the tools and techniques and all the subject matter which they think is relevant for the industry. So hopefully we would be changing a little bit in the curriculum of the HEC. HEC curriculum gives us the outline, so we can fill in things, some according to our own needs. So regarding the latest trends of the AI, so we had the predictive AI, which we have been using since maybe a couple of years or more, decade or so. And now recently, since the last year, we have the generative AI. And this is really a disruptive phenomena. So predictive AI came out of the standard physics people, and now the statisticians, and now they become how to predict the things, how to curve fit, and these kind of things. So this was considered a big deal, but since the generative AI, now it is something becomes a trivial thing. In generative AI, one of the famous application is ChatGPT, which we all know, and there are many other applications. On these applications, there is a divided opinion there are people who are saying that we should stop, we should not use this, but the number of people in this group are reducing. And now there is a growing consensus that we should be adopting according to the new generative AI tools. So I was just thinking that there has always been resistance for new technologies. For instance, I was just thinking that my father used a slide rule, and most of you might have heard about and used a slide rule. I have a slide rule. I actually got it from somewhere just to keep it in my own museum and show to the students. This is how calculations were done 300 years, the last. And since 1970, and in between this period in decade 70 and 80, there was a resistance when handheld computer calculators came into existence and low cost. So there was a resistance in adopting from this mechanical analog slide rule device to this digital, which seems quite obvious, but at that time people were not taking it quickly. And similarly, if you go to the history of science, which is another area of my interest, if you see the development of transistors, so the vacuum tubes have been there since about 50 years. And then suddenly we find a solid state device, transistor, and people were not used to, I remember when I started building vacuum tube radios in 1984, in the Polytechnic Railway Road. I used to go there to actually devise those vacuum tube radios. And the guy who was training me, he used to look at those vacuum tube radios and appreciate and see and tell me that, look at these devices, how beautiful these are. So anyway, there is always a resistance from, and then slowly adaptation occurs. Similarly, we have this computing machine, and now we have this AI, generative AI. So generative AI, of course, can be we can use it in many different ways. So the one thing I would like to highlight a little bit, human AI, which I can say HI and artificial intelligence. There are two camps. One camp thinks that we can never, the artificial intelligence can never approach the human intelligence. And there is another camp which is very confident and says that this artificial intelligence would eventually overcome or become equivalent to the human intelligence. So they call it artificial general intelligence, AGI. I have some points. I belong to the camp which at the moment does not believe that the AI would reach the human intelligence. And there are certain reasons for this, and we should be cautious. We should know conscious of these reasons while we are using these tools. So let me tell you one thing just for the artificial intelligence relies on the correlations. Whereas human intelligence,
focus इस बात पे अगर हम करें कि how our institutions need to evolve, और थोड़ा brief
right,
time is very short.
I do understand. So we need to be conscious of the fact that these tools, so this is what I was trying to highlight, these tools are made to work for us. These tools will not be working against us or will not be taking over us. So this is the main thing which I was just trying to highlight. And there are these 4 points, just let me go through them. The artificial intelligence relies on correlation and not on causation. This is a very important thing which we must be knowing while using these tools. So it is the causation that is actually is the causation, which is the creativity aspect, not the correlation. We all know this. Second thing, I can talk more, but of course, limited time is there. So LLM जो हैं जिनको हम यूज कर रहे हैं वो फंडामेंटली जिस तरीके से यूज हो रहे हैं वो प्रेडिक्टिव नेचर है उनकी नेक्स्ट वर्ड प्रेडिक्ट करने की, विच इज नॉट लाइक ह्यूमन बीइंग्स. ह्यूमन और तरह से करते हैं. और तीसरी चीज जो है कि LLMs कैन नॉट predict, they cannot think in their mind, which has only, this is the only capability which humans have. So we should be knowing the differences between the human intelligence and the artificial intelligence, and they should be telling our faculty members all these aspects and should encourage our faculty member and students to use these tools.
जी डॉक्टर साहब, थैंक यू वेरी मच. बहुत आपने हमें एजुकेट किया इसके ऊपर. डॉक्टर आफ्ताब मारूफ साहब, रेक्टर फास्ट एंड यू.
बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम. बहुत शुक्रिया जी, इस मौके पे बात करने का मौका मिल रहा है. बात मुख्तसर की बात हो रही है, तो वो ये है कि
So please, if you could speak in English, we have some foreign delegates today.
Generative AI has emerged as a disruptive force, and it has many consequences. I can say there are 4 dimensions to it. One is what is the challenge and difference for the students, what is for the teachers, what is for the job market, and what is for the general populace. These are the 4 things. Students, if they start relying on, by the way, in our FAST, we have asked all teachers to get trained, and we have conducted a training in this summer to use this all this generative AI, and we are working and planning to incorporate fully it in our education system. For example, is that there in a programming class, student has not to write a single line of code. They have to create tell ChatGPT to generate a program for them. So they are learning on writing and instruction, how they give the prompt. It is a prompt engineering. We are trying to understand that, and we are going on that route. So not to delay this incorporation, it may take a year or so to actually master it. And we all rather invite others to join hands with us. And for the students, it's problem that if they tend to be easy and they start relying fully on this and consider what is coming out of these tools, that is truth. So that means they will be intellectually, they will be offloading the load of intellectual thinking and critical thinking. So that may deteriorate the quality of the student, their ability to think, ability to create. That is challenge for us. And we have to work out through the same tools maybe to stay ahead, how to inculcate those. So there should be some policies, how much to use, what should be come out, and how to examine it. And probably that kind of policies each university has to develop. And at some point in time, maybe HEC level has to intervene in that level. Second is about the teachers. As I said, we have conducted training of our all faculty, especially the non-scientific, non-computer science faculty, sciences and humanities. And we have encouraged them to learn to use these tools. And for this matter, so they can actually understand what is presented to them as an assignment, as a project, what kind of quality and how they can identify that how much content is coming from the ChatGPT or something else. And towards the job market, sure, it is there is a lot of fear that the first level, entry level jobs, especially the repetitive jobs, gradually will be taken over by the tools coming through use of AI. So in this way, we have to upskill our people, especially in the domain of AI and data science maybe, and cybersecurity as well. So they can actually be useful for the society, for the job market. As mentioned, we started our 4 programs, which in 2019, our first batch is out. of BS in cybersecurity, BS in AI, BS in data science, and BS in business analytics. So we have introduced some more degree programs as well. And we are trying to be ahead of the curve. Thank you.
बहुत शुक्रिया. FAST has been very progressive in adapting to those new technologies. Dr. Waliuddin, Vice Chancellor, Sir Syed University of Engineering and Technology. मेरी एक दफा फिर रिक्वेस्ट होगी कि हम थोड़ा सा ब्रीफ रहें. Professor, I would like to ask you, how do you see the role of traditional universities evolving? And do you see any kind of existential challenge faced by these traditional universities by the new emerging technologies?
Thank you for inviting me in this panel discussion. Definitely, there will be, as pointed out by all the members, that it's a disruptive technology, and how we are conducting or imparting the knowledge will definitely change. We are talking about right now that it's impacting how we are doing the learning, how we are helping us in the management side. But as the time will come, that we will going to have we have started seeing AI teachers in India in a school, and that will going to happen very quickly. And we will going to have a personal assistant with AI based, helping students, helping teachers, making the curriculum, identify a predictive analysis for each and individual person. So definitely that requires a total change of IT infrastructure, the softwares we are using, the environment which we're going to have in the university. So it will be a lot of impact. We are just starting it's a tip of the iceberg. And what we're going to see the changes in the coming years, it will be totally changing the environment of how we are imparting the education, how we are doing the research, how we are managing the universities. So it's an impact in all the sectors in the higher education. So I think AI and the emerging technologies, what we are seeing right now in the classroom teaching we are doing, it will going to totally change, because what I'm seeing that every individual will going to have a different types of learning time period. And each individual will going to go through different cycles based on the analysis of what we will going to get the data from the tools, AI tools we will going to have. So that is the change we have to see, and that requires a lot of changes in the policies of the higher educations that we are having right now, and how we are going to incorporate. So it's really a lot of challenges for the universities as well as the policymakers like higher education commissions, and as well as the policymakers in the level of the government. So I think it will going to totally change the environment we are going to see in the higher education sector.
Dr. Sahab, bahut shukriya. Thank you very much. Dr. Johar Ali, Vice Chancellor, UIT University. I would like to ask you how your institution or the institutions around you are preparing for the future, and how you are leveraging those new technologies to inculcate lifelong learning among the students.
Thank you very much. Thank the organizer, how it feels to be the last of the last. Yesterday, somebody mentioned that, but I would like to take the opportunity, thank the Minister Saibans and Chairman Sandhi GC, APSAP, especially the Chairman, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Abdur Rahman Sahab, who mentioned my name twice yesterday. I will be very quick and very crisp and fast. So many things were discussed. Dr. Abdur Rahman Sahab already set the stage, so I don't have to get into that. We have initiated, we have rolled it out. I have, for once, I will bluntly say, there is no way not getting into AI. We have to adopt. When, like looking at the past, we had so many technologies and we were against it in the beginning, and then we got in and it was too late. So for us, we need to get in, we need to find and create our own equivalent ChatGPT. We need to create our own equivalent software, so our current account deficit is not getting bigger and bigger, because someday they will put a fee per student. We have just signed a contract with the company, and they told me that they will put $15 per student fee at some point. Right now it's free. we are just a test case. We have to be aware of the ethical dilemma of these things, especially in the medical field. We have currently made software, we call it Makimeter. It identifies all the mosquitoes and bugs and anything you know it. We are working or planning to work in identifying diseases, especially crop diseases, because there is less ethical limitations there. So a farmer can just scan a picture and the farmer will have everything at their doorsteps, even from the mountains of Balochistan or interior Sindh. So those are the things that we are rolling out. But I think what we need to do is a country, we need to bring in all the stakeholders, we need to set objectives, and we need to then prepare success matrices. Without success matrices, I think the things will not be working out for us. And then we have to review when we roll it out. And every 6 months or 3 months, and it has to be launched or rolled out iteratively. Waterfall method did not work, and iteratively we have to see whether we are going in the right direction or not. So a review is there, and there has to be a proper check and balance, and then accountability. And I think at that I will end it. Thank you very much.
Shukriya. I would like to thank all my panelists. You have enlightened us, you have educated us. Technology, disruptive technology is there to stay, and it's making its change forcibly. It's not our choice to adopt it or not, it's making its way with force. And we have to adapt to it, not only the higher education institutions, but also the governments. And it's very heartening to tell that in Punjab, we have 34 public sector universities, and about 26 are without a regular vice chancellor, some per a year or even more than that. We are not able to make those decisions. So thank you very much, and we all need to work together to get to the pace of the rest of the world. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Now I would request our camera team to please click the moment. Please. Please smile, gentlemen. This is Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And now I would request the Honorable Federal Minister for Education and Professional Training, Mr. Madal Ali Shah Sahab, sir, to please honor the stage and to say a few words, sir, regarding this Rector Conference 2023.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Dr. Chaudhry Abdul Rahman Saab, मेरे दोस्त डॉक्टर चौधरी अब्दुल रहमान साहब, मेरे दोस्त मियाँ इमरान मसूद साहब, अब्दुल बासित साहब और काबिल एहतराम वाइस चांसलर्स, अस्सलाम वालेकुम। सबसे पहले तो मैं माफ़ी का तलबगार हूँ कि मैं यहाँ आपके पास देर से आया, लेकिन मैं आज़ाद कश्मीर के टूर पे था और यहाँ हमारे दोस्त मुझे बराबर फ़ोन कर रहे थे कि आप सीधे आएँ। मैं मुजफ्फराबाद से आपकी खिदमत में पहुँचा था, क्योंकि मेरा मकसद था कि मैं आप लोगों को सुनूं। सबसे पहले तो मैं एक वजाहत करता चलूं कि मेरे लिए एक सोशल मीडिया पे एक खबर चल रही थी कि मैं प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी के खिलाफ हूँ। अजीब बात है, सेनेट में 17-18 सवाल थे एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट के मुतालिक। अब वो बार बार सवाल कर रहे थे, कुछ ऐसे सवाल जो उनके मैंने जवाब ही दिए। अब एक मैं नाम नहीं लेना चाहता, वो कह रहे थे कि 2 कमरों की यूनिवर्सिटी आपने बनाई है, 2 कमरों में आपने यूनिवर्सिटी की इजाजत दी है। मैंने कहा भाई HEC यूनिवर्सिटीज की इजाजत नहीं देता 2 कमरों। फिर उसने जब कहा कि जनाब ये बंद करें, तो मैंने कहा जनाब 2 कमरों के तो स्कूल भी नहीं चलते, तो 2 कमरों की यूनिवर्सिटी कैसे चलेगी? अगर आप कहते हैं मेरे बस में तो नहीं है, अगर 2 कमरों की यूनिवर्सिटी है तो आप बताएं, हम इसको बंद कर देंगे। अब उसके बाद एक अजीब प्रोपेगेंडा शुरू हुई कि मैंने प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज के खिलाफ। भाई प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज एक बहुत काम कर रही है, मैंने कल भी वजाहत की है और यहाँ भी एक वजाहत कर रहा हूँ कि प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज ने जो हमारी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटीज की, मैं अब ये कुछ अल्फाज कहूँगा तो शायद नाराज हो जाएंगे, कोताहियां जो हैं उनको दूर किया है। और वजीर तालीम की हैसियत से जब मैंने मनसब संभाला तो मेरे सामने भी जनाब बहुत चैलेंजेस थे। अब कहेंगे ना कि तुम्हारी बात नहीं, बात है जमाने की। जब बात करूंगा तो फिर वो कहते हैं कि स्कूलों की हालत को बेहतर करना मेरे अख्तियार में है था। तो मैंने इस्लामाबाद से शुरुआत की। मैंने कहा मैं देखूं जनाब स्कूल बेहतर होंगे तो फिर आपके पास यूनिवर्सिटी में बच्चे आएंगे ना। अगर यूनिवर्सिटी स्कूलों की हालत खराब होगी तो फिर बच्चे कहाँ से आएंगे? इस्लामाबाद के स्कूलों की हालत ये थी, जहाँ F6 के मैंने शुरुआत करता हूँ, कोयसार से, उस स्कूल में वॉशरूम्स टूटे हुए हैं, पानी नहीं है। तो मैंने प्रिंसिपल से कहा कि भाई आप तो खातून है, मुझे बताएं कि ये बच्चियां पानी कहाँ से लाएंगी, ये किसका काम है? और तमाम स्कूलों की, मैं परसों भी एक कॉलेज में गया हूँ, वहां भी हालत जो थी तो मैं हैरत ज़्यादा रह गया। मैंने तो सदर पाकिस्तान के सामने भी ये तकीर की थी कि जनाब सियासी हुकूमतों के मंशूर से ये सरकारी स्कूल क्यों उतर गए? इस्लामाबाद की तो बात मुझे अब समझ में आ गई है कि इस्लामाबाद के अरबों रुपए के प्लाट हैं और खेलों के मैदान है। कल कोई आएगा तो कहेगा कि भाई पीछे स्कूल, आगे दुकानें। लेकिन स्कूलों की जब हम बात करते हैं, बच्चियों की तालीम की हालत देखिए। मैं सूबे का किसी का नाम नहीं लेता, एक जगह मैंने सूबे का नाम लिया तो उनके साबिक वज़ीर आला ने मुझे फोन किया कि भाई अब हमारे पीछे क्यों पड़ गए हो? तो अगर बच्चियां इस दौर में जमीन पे पड़ेंगी तो फिर भाई डूब मरने का मकाम है, छतें टूटी हुई हैं। भाई आपके पास नया नस्ल कैसे पहुंचेगा? मैं तो ये सवाल कर करके थक गया हूं कि ये मयार तालीम कौन दुरुस्त करेगा। मैंने बलूचिस्तान भी गया हूँ, पंजाब भी गया हूँ, सिंध भी गया हूँ सरकारी, क्योंकि मैं सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटीज के वाइस चांसलर से मुलाकात करता हूँ। मैंने कहा भाई डरो उस दिन से कि कहीं भी आपकी हालत भी उन स्कूलों की तरह ना हो, क्योंकि आप सियासी दौर में जब आते हैं तो आप कहते हैं कि हमारे पास पेंशन के पैसे नहीं है, हमारे पास तनख्वाहों के पैसे नहीं है। तो भाई सरकारी दौरों में आप क्यों लोग रखते हैं 300-300? कोई उनसे पूछे ना। जब 300-300 लोग भर्ती करेंगे, एक साहब के वाइस चांसलर, एक वाइस चांसलर मुझे फोन किया कि जनाब मेरे पे एंटी करप्शन का केस शुरू हो गया। मैंने कहा भाई क्यों? उसने कहा जनाब एक साहब के वजीर ने मुझे कहा था कि आदमी रखो, मैंने इनकार किया, उन्होंने केस करवा दिया। फिर जब मैंने लोग रखे तो वो केस खत्म हो गया। मैंने कहा वो केस खत्म नहीं हुआ था, वो केस उधर ही था, अब आप अपनी जान छोड़ाओ। तो ये हालत है हमारे सरकारी स्कूलों की, ये हालत है हमारे सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटीज की। उस हालत में जो प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज काम कर रही हैं, बेहतर काम कर रही हैं। जैबिस्ट की आपको पता है, और भी यहाँ हमारे लाहौर की यूनिवर्सिटीज मैंने काफ़ी देखी हैं। अब हम क्या करें, किससे बात करें? फैज साहब ने कहा है कि बने अहले हवस मुद्दई भी मुनसफ भी, किसे वकील करे किससे मुनसफी चाहे। अब ये काम कौन करेगा भाई? ये यूनिवर्सिटीज को कौन बेहतर करेगा? HEC है, मेरे पास डिपार्टमेंट है, मैंने उनको भी कहा, मैंने जब पहली ब्रीफिंग ली 28 डिपार्टमेंट से मेरे पास, तो मैंने कहा भाई मैं एक एक इदारे में जाऊंगा और मैं खुद जाके देखूंगा। HEC भी काम कर रहा है, सिंध की HEC भी काम कर रही है। इस वक्त आपको पता है कि सिंध में यूनिवर्सिटीज को सिंध HEC भी पैसे दिलवा रहा है। अब हमारा जहां तक ताल्लुक है, मैं प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज की बात फकत ये आपको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ कि मयार तालीम दुरुस्त हो, हमें बताएं हम क्या करें। मैं आप लोगों से भी मिलूंगा, आकर मैं आपको दावत दूंगा कराची में, जहाँ कहेंगे मैं आपसे भी मिलूंगा। हमें बताइए कि हम क्या करेंगे। बहुत बड़े माहिर तालीम बैठे हैं यहाँ, सरसरी यूनिवर्सिटी के बैठे हुए, मैडम शहनाज वजीरली बैठी हुई है। भाई हमें बताएं कि हुकूमत क्या करे। ये तो हुकूमत आई है कुछ मुख्तसर वक्त के लिए, फिर चली जाएगी। लेकिन मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं अपने दौर में ये अच्छी चीज का बुनियाद डाल के, अगर हमने तालीम पे तवज्जो न दी, मैं खुदा की कसम खाता हूं कि अब हमारे पास खोने के लिए कुछ भी नहीं है। अब पाकिस्तान को लोग भिखारी समझेंगे, हम कहीं जाते हैं वो समझते हैं ये डॉलर मांगने आए। भाई अल्लाह ताला ने पाकिस्तान को बहुत कुछ दिया है, हमारे पास अपने फंड्स भी हैं, हर चीज है, फकत ईमानदारी से काम करने की जरूरत है। करप्शन कैसे खत्म होगी, ये सियासी हुकूमतों का काम है। अगर करप्शन खत्म नहीं हुई तो भाई इस मुल्क में अब लोग बेदार हो गए हैं। मैं एक स्कूल में गया तो वहां छत टूटी हुई थी, वो बच्चियां हेठ जमीन पर पड़ रही थी। तो उस बच्ची ने कहा कि आप क्या हैं? मैंने कहा मैं वजीर तालीम हूँ। तो उसने कहा तो ये मुझे हमें लाइट लगवा के दें, हमें बेंचेस दें। तो मैंने कहा बेटे ये सूबे का काम है, मैं नहीं। तो उसने कहा आप क्यों आए हो फिर यहाँ, अगर हमारा काम नहीं करते हैं आप? भाई अब बच्चे अगर सवाल करने लगे हैं तो मैडम अब आवाम भी सवाल करेगी उनसे कि जब आप 5-5 साल के लिए आते हैं तो हमारे लिए क्या करते हैं। ये ऐसे सवाल है जो मैं हर जगह कर रहा हूँ। मैंने कल मुजफ्फराबाद में गया, एक प्राइवेट वो जो कम्युनिटी स्कूल था, वो एक कम्युनिटी चला रही है, और वहाँ बेंचेस तो नहीं थी, कोई लंदन से कोई खातून आई थी, उन्होंने उनके बेंचेस खरीद के दिए, छत भी वो उनको पर्दे की थी। तो मैंने पूछा यहाँ MLA तो होगा ना, उनको हम अब उनको तनख्वाह कितनी मिल रही है? 8,000। इतनी हुकूमतों ने उनका मसला हल नहीं किया है, लेकिन मैं उनसे वायदा किया है कि मैं 8,000 से आपकी 25,000 तनख्वाह दूंगा। एक खातून वहां पढ़ा रही है। भाई आपका मैं कह रहा हूं कि नस्ल आगे कैसे आएगा? तो मैंने कहा MLA ने क्यों नहीं किया ये? उन्होंने कहा बस भाई समझ में नहीं आता। तो ये ऐसी बातें हैं जो मैं खुलकर करता हूँ, क्योंकि मैं मिडिल क्लास का आदमी हूँ भाई। मैं न जागीरदार हूँ न सरमाएदार हूँ, मैं एक लिखारी आदमी हूँ, और मुझे मसाइल का पता है। जब मसाइल का पता है तो मैं खुलकर बोलूंगा। अब आखिर में फकत आपको मैं ये गुजारिश करूंगा कि यहाँ जो आपने जो सजेशन दिए हैं, मैं अपने HEC को कहूँगा कि वो आपसे लें, ताकि हम आगे काम कर सकें और अपनी सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटीज को बेहतर कर सकें। प्राइवेट स्कूल्स की बात चल रही है, भाई प्राइवेट स्कूल्स में क्यों हालात ठीक हैं? क्यों कि वहां चेक और बैलेंस है। मैं ये नहीं कहता कि वहां टीचर को कितनी तनख्वाह मिलती है, लेकिन एक प्राइमरी टीचर को गवर्नमेंट जो है 1 लाख से ज्यादा तनख्वाह मिलती है। अगर फिर भी वो काम नहीं करता है तो फिर अब क्या किया जाए? अब कोई उनसे पूछे तो सही कि आज आप नौकरी में हैं तभी आपको ये गवर्नमेंट खिला रही है, और जब पेंशन पे आओगे तभी आपके बेटे नहीं खिलाएंगे, ये पेंशन आपको गवर्नमेंट देगी। तो खुदा के वास्ते अपने मुल्क की हालत बेहतर करो। हम कुछ वक्त के लिए हैं, फिर सियासी आदमी आएंगे और फिर अल्लाह उनको भी हिदायत देगा। बहरहाल मैं अभी यहाँ एक ऐलान करना चाहता हूँ कि मैं HEC को हिदायत करूंगा, लेकिन एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट की तरफ से हम 3 दिन का एक्सपो करेंगे, उसमें प्राइवेट और सरकारी यूनिवर्सिटीज को भी दावत देंगे और मैं वहां आपके मसाइल भी सुनूंगा। बहुत शुक्रिया। अगर मेरी तल्ख बातों से किसी को, तो मैं उसके लिए माफी का तलबगार हूँ। आखिर में शाकिर अली साहब का शुक्रगुजार हूँ कि वो मीडिया के आदमी हैं और मुझे कह रहे हैं कि आप हमें मेरा नाम नहीं लेंगे तो मैं आपकी तकरीर नहीं शाया करूँ।
Thank you very much, sir. बहुत शुक्रिया आपका. I would request Mia Imran Masood Saab and Dr. Abdul Basit Saab to please come on the stage, and we have to give some souvenirs to our honorable guests here, and then the certificates that all the people who were here, they'll make, this certificate will make them remember that they were the part of the Rector Conference 2023. Okay. The first, we are talking about the guest of honor. So I'll be, first of all, I would request Professor Dr. Danny Paul, Professor Department of Biosciences and Chemistry, Durham University, sir, to please come and receive your souvenir, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much. And then I'll request Professor Dr. Ahem K. Paul, Professor Department of Biosciences and Chemistry, Durham. Sir, please. And I would request Dr. Eravella Bhutto, Vice Chancellor, University of Art and Design and Heritage, Jamshoro. Ma'am, please. Thank you very much for gracing Rector Conference 2023, ma'am. I'll request Dr. Fazil Ahmed Khalid Saab, sir, to please receive your souvenir. I would request Professor Dr. Muhammad Abid Saab, sir, to please come and receive your certificate, sir. These are the certificates, sir, that will make you remember that you were the part of Rectors Conference 2023. I would request Professor Dr. Naveed Jamil Malik Saab, sir, please. Mr. Ahmed Waliullah Qazi Saab. I would request Professor Dr. Bashir Khan Saab. Professor Dr. Bashir Khan Saab, you can just. Miss Maha Rahman. Dr. Paul Denny, sir. For the certificate. And Dr. Muhammad Nizamuddin Saab, sir. Professor Dr. Muhammad Nizam, sir. Certificate ले लें sir. जी मैं बोल रहा हूँ. Mr. Ahem K. Paul, sir. So you can just come and receive your. I would request Professor Dr. Rauf Azam Saab. जी मैं बोलते जा रहा हूँ. Professor Dr. Gul Majid Khan Sahab. Dr. Abdul Rashid Sahab. Yeah. Then we have Professor Dr. Fazl M. Khalid Sahab. Sir, sir, आपका certificate, sir. Thank you. Professor Dr. Aftab Ahmed Maroof Sahab, sir. Then we have Dr. Johar Ali Sahab, sir.
मैंने भी आपका नाम ले लिया.
Mr. Muhammad Shabir Hussain Sahab. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Munawwar Hashmi Sahab. Dr. Munawwar Hashmi. Okay. And we have got Brigadier Retired Professor Dr. Ahmed Saeed Minhas Sahab. Then we have got Professor Dr. Nasir Jamal Khattak Sahab. Professor Dr. Muhammad Zakaria Zakir Sahab. Professor Dr. Muhammad Afzal Sahab. I'll request Professor Dr. S.M. Tariq Rafi Sahab, sir, to please receive your certificate, sir. Thank you very much. Professor Dr. Muhammad Altaf Mukati Sahab. Mr. Yerlan. We'll have Mr. Yerlan. Sayyid Ko. And we have got Engineer Professor Dr. Waliuddin Sahab. Mr. Muhammad Imtiaz Akhtas Guraya Sahab. Mr. Murtaza Noor Sahab. Sir.
I think a lot of clapping is required for Murtaza Noor Sahab. The one and only.
The one and only Murtaza Noor Sahab. I'll request Professor Dr. Shazia Akhtar. Mr. Hamad Azmat Raja Sahab. Professor Dr. Muhammad Najmul Islam Sahab. Mr. Farhan Yusuf. Mr. Farhan Yusuf is here. Farhan Yusuf. Dr. Muhammad Bashir Khan Sahab. Mr. Naveed Ahmed Mughal Saab. Then we have got Mr. Norez Bey. Mr. Norez Bey. Professor Dr. Adnan Noor Mia Saab. Professor Dr. Tariq Rahim Sumro Saab. Dr. Abdul Malik Tareen Saab. Mr. Rami Awad Saab, please. Dr. Shakir Ali Saab. The doctor के साथ ही आ जाए सर आप। सर इतने डॉक्टरों में रह के अब डॉक्टर ही बनना सर। Mr. Zafarullah Khan Saab. Dr. Awais Muhammad Kambo Saab. Dr. Awais Kambo. Mr. Noman Makbul Rao Saab. Noman. Professor Dr. Muhammad Ali Saab. Ms. Shahnaz Wazir Ali, ma'am, please on the stage. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Shakil Roshan Saab. Professor Dr. Safia Ahmed. Thank you, ma'am. Professor Dr. Shahid Qureshi Saab. Professor Dr. Muhammad Mukhtar Saab. Professor Dr. Arabella Bhutto, ma'am, please. Coming up with your. Professor Hassan Usman Gal. Professor Hassan Usman. Professor Dr. Salimur Rahman Saab. Dr. Muhammad Daud Awan Saab. Then we have Muhammad Irfan Sahab. नहीं बेटा भी Mr. Agha Muhammad Yusuf Saab. Then we have a certificate for Mia Imran Masood Saab. Mohammad Haseeb Ahmed Saab. अगर किसी का नाम रह गया है तो प्लीज काइंडली आके यहाँ पे देख लीजिए, सर्टिफिकेट ले लीजिए, उसके बाद फिर विल राइट नाम डाउन। प्लीज आ जाइए ताकि हम सर्टिफिकेट्स उसके बाद आपका नाम जो है वो उसमें से बना देते हैं। थैंक यू वेरी मच आकिब भाई। जिनका भी नाम रह गया है सर वो प्लीज हमें बता दें, बिकॉज वी ट्राइड आवर लेवल बेस्ट दैट एवरी वन ऑफ यू शुड बी इंक्लूडेड हियर, लेकिन हाँ ठीक है सर, अब 1 by 1 आप आते जाइए, आप यू कैन टेक योर, और नाम बता दीजिएगा तो क्यों मैम आ जाइए। Professor Dr. Khalil, Shah Abdul Aziz University, sir. Shah Abdul Latif, sorry, University. Thank you, sir. Adi, sir. Thank you. I request the Vice Chancellor Garrison University, sir. So please, you can come up. We can. Mr. Abdul Rashid Saab. Thank you, sir.
आई थिंक जितने भी हमारे यहाँ पे वाइस चांसलर्स मौजूद हैं, जितने भी हमारे वाइस चांसलर साहब मौजूद हैं और सारे हमारे जो गेस्ट हैं, आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट देम ऑल, maybe we can have a group photo with the minister saab here maybe, or maybe we can go outside and can have a group photo with the minister saab so that it is going to be a memory. So let's have an outside picture with minister saab.
First of all, let us give a souvenir to our honorable minister. Okay, sir. Thank you very much. Just a souvenir. I would request that either even sir. A souvenir to our honorable minister, sir. Thank you very much for gracing the Rectors Conference 2023, sir. Thank you.
अभी बैठे ना? सर मैं बनाती हूँ।
क्या वो
अच्छा जो हुआ ये कि सर्टिफिकेट करके बने, मतलब जब हमने सर्टिफिकेट दिया जो लोग नहीं थे उसके पर उनके नाम हमारे पास आएंगे। हाँ
जो ऑफिसर वो हमने उसमें से देख रहे थे कि जो लोग नहीं है हमने उनके लिस्ट निकाल दिया वो अंधेरा हो चुका है।
सर मैं ये
मेरा ये सॉरी
हाँ सही